This is Brainiac, the science show where we blow stuff up in search of big answers, but mostly just for the hell of it.
The big science questions being answered on Brainiac tonight. Can high explosives make your doner kebab taste the business? Can safety equipment really protect your body from attack? Can we turn a mobile phone into a time bomb? And Brainiac boffin John Tickle finds out whether eating bagels can make you fail a drug test.
Remember, kids, just say no.
Brainiac.
I love science. Not all that, what do you get if you mix this chemical with that chemical nonsense. I mean, proper science. Like this. There's this bloke, German scientist, Franz Epping. He's come up with this theory that staring at a woman's breasts for 30 minutes is the equivalent of a 30-minute workout. Now that is an experiment I really want to do. The Brainiac Lab, the nerve centre of our whole operation. This is where we seek the answers to the really big questions, and they don't come much bigger than this. So for the purposes of this experiment, we need 2 willing volunteers, and that is you 2, willing enough, and you are, your name?
Tim.
OK, and you?
Matt.
OK, now you're obviously both twins, and that's good for the science here, OK? Now this is how it's going to work. One of you is going to spend 30 minutes over here, and you're going to do a really good workout. So that means 30 minutes of running, press-ups, chin-ups, sit-ups, riding the exercise bike, the lot. Meanwhile, the other brother is going to spend 30 minutes over here with these 2 women. Now, these women are going to take off their clothes, and that brother will spend the 30 minutes looking at their breasts. Now, we're going to wire you both up to heart rate monitors so that throughout the duration of your respective exercises, we can see what's happening. OK, we'll get set up. Join us later when we will finally determine whether looking at women's breasts for 30 minutes really is the equivalent of a 30-minute workout.
At Brainiac, we love our food, even kebabs. Thing is, we want it now. So what's the fastest way to make kebabs for all the Brainiac crew? One delicious jumbo doner, 8 stone of compressed lamb's carcass, seasoned with special herbs and spices. But slicing bits off is just too much like hard work. So we got our hands on the best explosive money can buy. So powerful it burns at a staggering 8 miles a second. Remember to place the explosive in the centre. You want it to cook evenly. If anything's going to cook our kebab quickly, it's this stuff. Season with fuse wire and stand well back.
Going in 3, 2, 1.
Cooked, cut and shared out in 1/100th of a second. The tricky part, though, is finding the bits. So you have to eat a bit of dirt with it. But hey, it's no worse than egg and tomato sarnies on the beach with Grandma. From start to finish, just 16 seconds and a little extra time to piece it all together. There you have it, the lazy man's guide to making a kebab. Can Can eating a bagel make you fail a drugs test? Who better to find out? Only someone as clean living as resident Brainiac boffin, John Tickle.
Yes, please. I'd like 2 of your finest bagels, please, but the ones with plenty of poppy seeds on.
It might be hard to believe, but scientific research and American lawsuits suggest that eating the seeds of a poppy, the flower from which heroin is made, will produce a positive drugs test. People who eat poppy seed bagels can return results that would even embarrass your average cannabis user. And the theory goes you only have to eat a couple before your drugs test to return a positive result.
Hi.
Hello, Karen Boswell, I presume.
I am indeed.
I'm John.
Nice to meet you.
And pleasure to meet you.
Would you like to come in?
Of course, thank you.
Well, there's been a church here actually since, well, over 1,000 years, in fact.
Good grief.
Yeah. Come in, John, and
Thank you.
have a seat. You're welcome. We've got some tea. I hope you're into that sort
Oh,
of thing.
lovely, yes. I'm dying for a cuppa.
Oh, good, that's good.
Have you used any narcotics in the past 7 days?
No, I certainly haven't.
That's excellent news. I have some bagels here,
Right.
so if you'd like to tuck into those, shall I be mother and pour the tea?
That would be very kind of you. Thank you,
Excellent.
yes.
There you go. Dive in. So how long have you been in the church, Colin?
I'm nearly there, okay?
Okay,
I'll
good.
just a bit more.
It's fine work.
How's the tea?
Oh, lovely, thank you.
This is my last piece.
Excellent. Just for added effect, we'd better get you to eat as many poppy seeds as possible. Would you mind finishing those?
Right? Willingly. Okay.
Superb. Well, I suppose now it's the most important part of the test. I have a little receptacle in this bag.
Right.
I think you can guess what I'm going to ask you to do.
I think I can.
Well, there you go.
Well, I'll go to another room if that's okay.
OK, please do.
Thank you. Here we are. Sorry to keep you waiting, John.
No, that's fine.
There's the sample you need.
Well, thanks very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Now all I have to do is take the sample down to the lab, and we should have the results in about 24 hours. Right then, Canon Boswell, I have the results. Would you like to open them?
I would very much, yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Right.
What do we have?
Well, amphetamines, it's negative. Cocaine is negative, but I've got to say, opiates, it says presumptive positive.
Oh dear, how do you feel about that?
Well, that's quite worrying, isn't it?
That's an interesting result, yes. And simply from eating poppy seeds.
Well, certainly I didn't take any drugs, I can tell you.
Well, that's good news. Well, there you have it. Unbelievable. Just 2 poppy seed bagels can make you fail a drugs test. Remember, kids, just say no.
Brainiac.
Safety first. It's a phrase we hear a lot. And quite frankly, on Brainiac, most of the time we pretty much ignore it. But when it comes to protecting the family jewels and other parts of the body, we take it very seriously indeed. Today, we're going to find out what happens should you be struck by a high-velocity sports projectile with and without protection. There's been a shortage of volunteers to put this interesting question to the test. So here on Brainiac, we've had to improvise a bit. In the first of 3 tests today, we'll try the effects of a cricket ball from a world-class fast bowler. First, let's see what happens when the ball gets delivered without the benefit of protection.
That's right.
Yeah. This bowling machine delivers a cricket ball at a top speed of 95 miles an hour. That's still not as fast as the fastest fast bowler, Pakistan's Shoaib Akhtar. He's broken the 100 miles an hour mark. Still, 95, 100, it doesn't really matter. Getting hit by a cricket ball at either speed is gonna hurt.
was what was there. No, look, that's split in half. That's bad, isn't it? It's completely shredded and split that sack.
But what happens to our plums now if we protect them using an over-the-counter cricket box?
Is that the right way up? Does anyone know?
Yeah, right way up.
That's it there.
There's the other one.
It's all right in there. Well, look at that. That is very, very soft. That's bruised, definitely bruised.
Well, slightly bruised is a lot better than split in half. So there you have it, proof. A plastic box can save your plums. The best thing to happen to Test cricket since the off button for the television was invented. Join us later when we sample the effects of a fast bowl straight to the head. What will make a man run faster, greed or fear? To put this simple question to the test, our fittest Brainiac, 20 fags a day, John Henshaw. But will he run faster for tenors or terror? The current world record for the 100 metres is 9.78 seconds, held by Tim Montgomery of the USA. Clearly, there's no way fag-loving Henshaw will get anywhere near that. But can we motivate him enough to make him beat his personal best of 16.5 seconds? This experiment is all about the science of motivation. The first form of motivation is money. We've attached 100 quid to this fishing rod, which has then been attached to a bicycle. If our minimum wage Brainiac can get his hands on the cash, he gets to keep it. Our Brainiac was clearly faster over the first 25 metres, but once he knew the bike was out of reach, his motivation levels dwindled. So we placed the 100 quid at the finish line and told him if he beat his personal best of 16.5 seconds, he could pocket the cash.
Come on! Go! 17.26.
Strangely, for someone who earns so little, money hasn't motivated him, and he still runs like a girly. But what about the prospects of a good mauling to the backside? This lovable creature is Ike. On command, he's trained to run down and attack. In practice, the fastest our Brainiac ran with the arm guard on was 17.8 seconds. So will the motivation of fear make him faster?
What was that one? 18.24 seconds.
Slower.
So for Brainiac Henshaw, neither money nor fear could motivate him. In fact, the prospect of being mauled made him slower. Maybe he should have tried one of Dwayne Chambers' special pills instead. Still to come, will this have the same effect as this? And we investigate the best way to open the world's toughest safe.
That is a very big drop.
We travel to Swindon to experiment with Mexican waves.
Yeah, that wasn't very good, really, was it?
Is it better to be fat or thin in a sinking ship? And safety helmets, do they actually work?
Brainiac.
But first, we're addressing that vital question. Is looking at women's breasts for 30 minutes the equivalent of a 30-minute workout? Now, to help us answer that, we have here Brother A. He's been wired to a heart rate monitor, and for half an hour, he's going to go through a pretty punishing workout, riding the exercise bike, running, press-ups, chin-ups, the lot. Meanwhile, over here, we have Brother B. He's also been wired up to a heart rate monitor, and he's going to spend his 30 minutes looking at these women's breasts. That's the experiment. Obviously, it's very important that Brother A doesn't get to see the women's breasts, because that would skew the results. So, this screen will prevent any unwanted peeking. It's also very important that Brother B doesn't engage in any physical exercise whilst looking at the women's breasts, so we'll be keeping a close eye on things there too. OK, we're set. So, let the experiment begin.
Please start cycling. Please remove your lab coats.
This whole breasts versus workout thing has been the subject of much debate down the years since it first emerged as a theory in 1997. Now, apparently it started with an article in the well-known medical publication, the New England Journal, and it said this: ogling women's breasts is good for a man's health and can add years to your life. And it goes on, staring at the charms of a well-endowed female is equivalent to a 30-minute aerobic workout. Now, although there have been claims of other studies, we couldn't verify that that actually happened. So this, we therefore think, is the first time the theory has been tested under rigorous scientific conditions.
Please dismount and do 20 press-ups. Please do 20 sit-ups. All the way up, please. 30 seconds of jogging on the spot, please. Faster. Now, please, mount the bike. Cycle.
Now, what do you think of this theory?
Well, I'd rather be over that side than this side, obviously.
But do you reckon that staring at the women's breasts is the equivalent of half an hour of this?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, when one guy looks at a lovely, attractive girl, especially with her boobs out, you know, the adrenaline rush will go straight to the head and the body's just going to go into overtime, the hormones.
Well, that's kind of where the theory comes from, so at least we'll find out. Keep going.
Right,
You're feeling all right?
cheers,
You're not going to keel over or anything?
No, I'm still going to go.
All right, but it's important you keep going, and you can't see anything through there, can you?
Definitely not. I wish I could.
Shame that. Well, next door we have Brother B. Now, you're bearing up OK in here.
Oh, it's a tough job.
Yeah.
It really is a tough
Now,
job.
is this feeling like a workout to you thus far?
Well, it's an enjoyable workout, let's put it that way.
Don't look at me. You've got to keep looking that way, obviously, because we don't want to mess the results up. And don't move around too much. What do you think of the theory?
I could sit here quite happily all day.
But do you feel you've had like a 30-minute workout? That's the thing.
Not really, no. I've just felt like, well, I've been put on an exciting level. You know, my hormones are running around wildly.
I mean, I'm looking at your heart rate there. It's having quite an effect, actually. I've got to say, you're doing something.
Yes.
Well, you're doing very well. Bear up, keep going.
Thank you.
Good luck. Well, the boys are working really hard in the name of science, and we'll come back later for the end of the experiment and, of course, the results.
Here's one for you. If it's 0 degrees today and it's supposed to be twice as cold tomorrow, what temperature will it be?
Stop. The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
Light bulbs contain an inert gas called argon. When the gas is excited by microwaves, it emits light. The filament burns, and there's nothing to stop it getting hotter and hotter. The gas expands, exerting pressure on the glass until eventually it breaks. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't. Earlier in the show, we tested how effective a cricket box was in protecting your plums from a ball travelling at 95 miles an hour. We also saw what would happen if you didn't use protection. But what about those beamers, the so-called Australian specials that go straight to the head, or in this case, a watermelon? How much protection would a cricket helmet give? The watermelon wasn't completely intact. It suffered some major cracks, but its insides were in reasonable shape.
Not good, careful, don't put it. That's not good. How's the helmet? Solid metal. Look at that. That's ripped the fabric right off.
Now, what happens to the melon and its brains without the aid of a helmet? There you have it. Conclusive proof. Watermelons who play cricket should wear protective headgear. Still to come, ice hockey protection. We put it to the test.
Brainiac.
I'm Peter Logan, and this is my exploding paste. When it's wet, it's safe, but when it's dry, it's very unstable.
Logan's paste is made using iodine crystals and one other secret chemical. It's so volatile that when dry, even the movement of a small insect can detonate it. Peter Logan first made his exploding paste while at school after concocting a recipe from an old textbook. Way back then, the only use he found for it was practical jokes. Many decades later, nothing has changed.
How many people does it take to start a Mexican wave? At the Mexico World Cup in 1986, it took just 20 or 30 people to get a crowd of 50,000 on their feet. But how many will it take to start a Mexican wave here at Swindon versus Luton? Okay, here's how it's going to work. Take your tickets. In fact, pass those round. We're going in. I'm going to give you radios. You take one. Cheers. What I'll do is call you each time it's your turn to have a go at this. Don't start until I tell you. That's how it works. Right? Yep. Here we go then. Do it.
And we're off. 7 Brainiacs trying to inspire 7,000 Swindon and Luton fans into one big Mexican wave. First, we'll try it with just one Brainiac.
Okay, I think we're ready to give this a go. Ed, are you standing by?
Standing by.
Okay, on my count, begin the Mexican wave. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, that wasn't very good, really, was it? Nothing happened at all.
So, we can't start a Mexican wave with just one person. Time to bring in reinforcements.
Richard, can you hear me?
Richard.
Okay, you join in. We'll try 2. We'll try 2. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Yes, a bit better with that one. The fans seem to be a little more responsive. Now they realise it's not just one nutter who's wandered in off the street. Let's bring on the rest of the Brainiacs.
I'm going to deploy all 7 and see if that tips it over the edge. Can everybody hear me? Are you standing by?
Standing by, Richard.
Okay, on my shout, begin the Mexican wave. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Again, it almost happened, but it didn't have quite enough momentum. But we are getting close to a full-scale Mexican wave. Let's try one more thing.
Guys, it's nearly happening. What I want you to do is get in a line, OK? Get all 7 of you in one line.
Fortunately, at a Swindon-Luton game, there's plenty of spare seats, so moving people around is not a problem.
That's right. If you form up like that, I reckon we can get this started, OK? OK, if everybody's ready, stand by and do it on my shout. OK, this is it. They're all set. This is our one big shot. Everybody ready?
You're ready.
Make it really big this time, guys. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
I think we can safely say we've done it.
So, there you go. Now we know it takes 7 people all together to start the Mexican wave.
Toaster broken? Don't bother with expensive repairs. Make your own. Just a few granules of calcium carbide in a rubber glove and a splash of water. A little prick. Light it up. Hey presto, your own oxyacetylene toaster. Marvellous.
People with a fast metabolism seem able to eat just about anything without putting on weight. And yet there are those people, of course, who put on weight as soon as they even look at food. Now, the dangers of being obese are well documented, as are the dangers of being too thin. But there must be some circumstances where there are advantages to being either fat or thin. Our fat guy has a 64-inch waist and weighs over 20 stone. Our thin guy has a 21-inch waist and weighs just 6.5. Today's life-threatening situation is this. You're travelling by ship and the ship has gone down. You've bailed out and are waiting to be rescued. Who will stay afloat the longest? To simulate our shipwreck, we've given our 2 subjects inflatable lifeboats. When the klaxon sounds, the boats will deflate. And now for the test. To simulate the fact that they've been stranded at sea for days on end and no longer have any energy and barely the will to live, neither subject will be allowed to use their arms or legs to stay afloat. The subject that stays afloat the longest will be deemed the survivor. Our fat guy has absolutely no trouble in floating, and although it looks like our thin guy wouldn't even break the surface of the water, he has to use his legs to stay afloat. While he struggles, our fat guy has practically fallen asleep. Which means this time on Fat v Thin, it's better to be bloated yes! than bony. Next time, is it better to be fat or thin if you're stuck in a blizzard?
We're the Brownlow boys. That's me, Terry, and this is my boy, Jamie. We've been dealing in safes for 28 years, and this one here is one of the best. So good, in fact, we're putting 200 big ones in it. And if you can crack our safe, the dough's yours. But don't count on getting inside too easy. It's nearly 1 ton of solid steel. The doors are 5.5 inches thick, and it's been specially designed to resist attack from torches and drills alike.
One safe.
We'll break that, won't we?
So we know it's going to take some inspiration to crack this baby and pocket the Brownlow's cash. Today, the Brainiac team are going to try their luck using the simplest force to hand. Gravity.
That is a very big drop. OK. 3,
2, 1, go! That's gotta have done it.
Yes! Look at that!
It's intact.
You've dented the world with it, look!
I don't get the money out of that then. Still.
Bad luck, Brainiacs. You'll have to try harder than that to get your hands on the Brownlow's wedge. Next time we take our safe to the boys in blue. Nah, not the old Bill, the other mob. Muppets.
Still to come, the results of Breasts v Workout. Does laughing gas really make everything funny?
I'm from Düsseldorf, and I was born in 1961.
And can we blow up a caravan with a mobile phone? Send.
But first, you join us at the conclusion of our experiment to find out whether looking at breasts for 30 minutes is the equivalent of a 30-minute workout. Now, our boys have been going at it hammer and tongs, but now it's time to call an end to it and see the results. So, time's up, OK? That's it. OK, we have a result, all right? You want to stand there? You feeling OK? Recovered? Not feeling too bad?
I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
You look it? OK, let's have a look at these results. Thank you very much. Right, Brother B, first of all, looking at the breasts, of course, for half an hour. Here are the figures. From a resting heartbeat, this is where you started at 67.
Right.
You went up to an average heartbeat of 85, which is actually quite calm. That's not bad. Brother A, with your exercise regime, you started a resting heartbeit of 70, so a fairly similar starting point, more or less exactly the same. Went up to an average heartbeat of 161. Which, technically, I don't know, you probably died 20 minutes ago.
I probably didn't come back again, yeah.
Now, this kind of tells us a little bit about the difference. 161, 85. Did you feel your heartbeat go up?
Well, I got excited, obviously, looking at a pair of breasts.
Ba-boom, ba-boom.
Ba-boom, ba-boom, yes, but then I just mellowed into it.
Which means that we can finally put this theory in the bin marked urban myths. Looking at breasts for 30 minutes is not the equivalent of a 30-minute workout.
Here's one for you. If we put a chameleon in a room full of mirrors, what colour would it turn?
To demonstrate the power of protection, we fitted a visor to a watermelon. And the Bristol Bulldogs will do the rest. The watermelon has taken 2 direct hits and is still intact. The visor is doing its job, so we'll take it off. To simulate actual game conditions, we provided a Brainiac goalie and set the Bulldogs loose. A well-struck hockey puck can reach speeds of around 100 miles an hour, fast enough to cause some serious damage should you get in the way. Once more, conclusive proof hockey-playing watermelons should wear protective equipment.
Nitrous oxide, probably my favourite legal chemical. It is, of course, also known as laughing gas. Thank you. But we at Brainiac are not going to accept that you can call something laughing gas without first putting it to the test. So, does laughing gas make everything funny? The Brainiac Lab, where we enter with questions and leave with answers. We've managed to get hold of a bottle of this stuff. Now, does it really make everything funny? We dragged 3 people off the street to take part. Dwayne, Carleen and Ruben tell us they're not easily amused. Perfect, then, for our experiment.
What we're going to do is a little bit of an experiment involving nitrous oxide laughing gas. We're going to show you 3 things before you have that nitrous oxide and just monitor how funny they are to use. Then we'll administer the nitrous oxide, which we'll explain how to do, and then we'll see what your reactions are. Is that all clear for everyone? Yeah. And you sit there, and you there. Thanks, Ruben.
Time for the first item. We have a small pickled onion. First, let's see how funny they find it without the benefit of any nitrous oxide. OK, predictably, not much of a reaction there. Secondly, we have a German who will talk about his riveting life in Germany and his glorious fellow countrymen.
Hello, my name is Jürgen, as you can see. I'm from Düsseldorf, and I was born in 1961 as the only child of a chemist called Klaus and a peasant girl called Martha who play.
Really, very little reaction to our German friend. Not a lot of laughs in his material. Lastly, we have a comedian. He's called John Roberts. He'd like to work as a stand-up comedian.
Hi, I'm John Roberts, here today to talk about airports.
But unfortunately, he's not very funny.
Always feel guilty. Is it to 8 litres or... And apparently in the Middle East you can't take any alcohol in at all, and in Mexico you can't take avocados in with you, which for some reason I've no idea why. Well, that's my set, and hopefully you found it more funny than you were actually thinking, because okay.
The question is, will they laugh more when we've given them a dose of the gas? So, bring it on. Nitrous oxide is, of course, used as an anaesthetic. It dulls feeling of pain during minor operations. It does also have the pleasant side effect of making people giggly. It's said that a hit of laughing gas has the equivalent effect of 10 gin and tonics. So, let's put it to the test. How do they feel about the pickled onion now? Yes, a definite and marked change. Look at the difference between their pre-gas state and their reactions now. I think we can safely say that nitrous oxide has worked for Carly.
I feel like I'm floating.
More than a wry grin from Ruben as well there, and even Dwayne can see the funny side. Laughter is definitely in the air. How about Jürgen, our boring German?
Hi, I used to be in a relationship for 2 months with a secretary called Heidi, but she left me for an accountant called Gerhard aus Dresden.
Oh yes, Jürgen now has ways of making them laugh. Things are looking pretty good for John Roberts, our wannabe comedian. They're laughing even before he starts his set.
She's always trying to get people to watch it, help her off with the luggage. Last time I stuck her on a conveyor belt.
Your hair is the best.
Thanks.
Oh, God.
Like on the beach, and there's like towel from his toes right up to his nose. Salesman came up to him and said, English? How the time I don't know. You can never tell with these people. He sold me this watch.
What?
Amazing! Our unfunny comedian John Roberts has brought the house down. His routine goes down a bomb. Hey, you never know, but you might see him in a club near you soon. Just remember to pack a large supply of nitrous oxide. So there you go. One valuable addition to the sum total of human knowledge. Laughing gas really does make everything funny. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to karaoke.
So what we're going to do is get this egg in that bottle with this. Ta-da!
I mean, how many times have I got to tell you?
We're not in paint! I was just about to score!
Ooh, my phone. Question is, do I answer it? I mean, we've all seen the signs. Do not use mobile phones, danger of explosion. Is there? I mean, if I answer this now, here, the whole place goes up in a fireball. Will it? No one knows why it's supposed to be dangerous to use mobile phones around petrol. The whole thing started when there was once an explosion at a filling station when someone was using their mobile phone. So, obviously, it had to be the phone that caused it. Now, the theories go maybe the battery caused a spark between the contacts on the bottom. Or maybe it was something to do with the electromagnetic radiation from the phone itself. Or maybe the bloke dropped his fag. Who knows? So let's find out. Now, if this is going to work, obviously it would be cruel to kill a car. So let's kill a caravan. Right, it stinks of petrol fumes in here. And here's some more petrol. Should do. Here's the telephone. Don't ring me now, Mum, please. And here we go. Right. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. It's ringing. It's still ringing. Doesn't look like that's going to blow. OK, that was poor. I reckon try more phones. If as long as I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we've got 6 phones, is anybody's on vibrate?
Because that would help. Yeah,
I don't know. Okay. It might. Right. OK. We know the numbers. We can dial them. I'm going in. Nobody phone. It won't be funny, all right? I'll have one there. One there. One there. Really smells in here. And one there. I'm getting out of there. Right. Numbers at the ready. Tell me when you've got your numbers in, don't press send. I'll do a 3, 2, 1 and we go. But so that's 3, 2, 1, then go. Right. OK, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, send. I don't think that's working either, is it, really? Nothing. So, the mobile phone isn't going to blow up the petrol station. But we thought of something else that might. We've got a Brainiac, some nylon clothes, a bucket, and a piece of wire. Why? Well, they do all these signs telling us about the dangers of using our mobile phones at petrol stations, but they don't say anything about the dangers of nylon clothes. You see, when synthetic fibres rub against our skin, we get a tingly sensation, and that's caused by static. Static, of course, can generate a spark. Now, our Brainiac here is going to do some dancing in this bucket, in his nylon clothes, to generate that static. The bucket is here to stop him from being earthed, so that when he touches this fuse wire, the static will be transferred from him to the wire, down the wire, and blow up the caravan. That, at least, is the theory. Here we go. Dance. Generate that static electricity. Feel the charge build in those synthetic fibres. You're not being earthed because of the bucket. That's what it's there for. We're going to go for it. OK. Static generating Brainiac. OK, here we go. I've got the fuse. Are you ready? This is it. That was your clothes! That's astonishing. Good static. So, look out for the new sign at your local petrol station. Do not wear nylon whilst filling your car.
Brainiac, we don't believe in muesli and low-fat grapefruit. We like a man's breakfast, and we like it on a grand scale. Science makes a man hungry, and a hungry man needs toast. lots of it. The best commercial toaster can do 6 slices in 1 minute, but can we do better than that? Ooh, I think so. Toasters, who needs them? We've got this much bread, we need a flamethrower. At a temperature of around 130 degrees C, this won't take long. Browned to a cinder, just how we like it. Perfect wrapped round some dead pig and a yolky egg.
Hi, we are the Chickers, and you are watching Brainiac. Chicky.
I love to come down here to the park on my day off. It's a great place to have a stroll and just clear your head of day-to-day clutter. At times like this, I find my mind starts to wander to the bigger questions in life, the eternal conundrums that have faced mankind since the dawn of time. Like, which food produces the smelliest fart?
Which food do you think produces the smelliest fart?
Onions.
Cheese.
Baked beans?
Definitely beans. Gotta be chickpeas. Curry or something like that, I suppose.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Cabbage, definitely.
Bread?
Opinions, though, are like bottoms. Everyone has one. We at Brainiac are in search of fact. 4 people, 4 diets. Who will have the whiffiest bottom burp?
My name is Aaron Kidd, and this week I've been mostly eating baked beans.
No one is in any doubt about the gas-inducing properties of the humble baked bean. Distinctive in both noise and volume of gas, hot or cold, beans will always be a front runner in this field.
My name is Nigel Brown, and this week I've been mostly drinking fizzy drinks.
Fizzy drinks are, of course, particularly good for range and propulsion. After all, there's no point in creating an air biscuit if no one's going to smell it.
My name is John Davies, and this week I've been mostly eating Brussels sprouts.
Sprouts are a bit of a dark horse, full of fibre and hard to digest. They'll ferment longer in the stomach and should have a strong presence.
My name is Yvonne Walsh, and this week I've been mostly eating eggs.
Eggs, of course, provide a lot of smell. Silent but deadly is the motif here, and they are assuredly long on flavour. Trumping on command is a great skill. However, not everyone can do it. So we're going to get those gases moving with the help of a yoga instructor. Relaxation is the key here, especially the muscles and sinews of the bowel area.
And just rock gently backwards and forwards. There's no need to be embarrassed because everything releases during yoga.
Yoga is, of course, particularly good at stimulating wind, as any yogi will attest. Together with the finest gas-inducing nourishment, it's just a matter of time before the wind will out.
Again, this is particularly good for relaxing the buttocks and the thighs. So really think about relaxing and letting everything go. OK, if everyone wants to close their eyes, and we're going to practice the full breathing.
And now we wait. We've asked our volunteers to signal with the raise of a hand when they feel there may be something about to happen. Ah, it appears that something is on the way. We've set up a separate area for our subjects to express themselves. Brainiac Joe arrived for work late 2 days last week, so we've made it his job to smell each trouser trumpet and give it a score out of 10. Farts are actually produced as a result of bacterial activity in the large intestine. When undigested food is fermented, it releases the gases nitrogen, carbon dioxide, oxygen, methane, and hydrogen sulfide. The last three are produced in quite small amounts, and it's the hydrogen sulfide which causes the smell. It's a rarely known fact that only 1 in 3 people actually produce methane in their bottom burps. It's also believed to be hereditary. Methane and oxygen are both inflammable, and as every schoolboy knows, they can produce quite an impressive jet of flame. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes for a trunk to make its way from the large intestine to the bottom area. It's believed that people emit wind in both of its forms around 10 to 15 times a day.
OK, well done. That's the session over.
While our subjects go for a well-earned rest, it's time to get a considered judgment.
OK, so tell me about the first one, beans.
Beans, quite a slow start with the beans, not much longevity on the smell, but once it rose, it was quite a potent sting. Smelled a bit like a hermit's ear muff, if you know what I mean.
Hermit's ear muff?
Yeah.
So what about the noise?
The noise, like a broken lawnmower engine. When you pull it out, it doesn't quite get there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But did it get there? Did it get to the nose?
Eventually.
Not one to take home to meet the parents?
No.
OK. Tell me about farter number 2, eggs.
Eggs, yeah, rancid. Sort of like sucking sick through a wet sock. Not very nice at all, really.
And sulphur versus methane content?
Definitely a winner on the methane there.
Oh, methane positive?
Yeah.
Any noise? A small squeak?
Not much noise, no. Silent, but...
Silent but violent, perhaps.
That's right.
Tell me about farter number 3, sprouts.
Quite a hard-hitting, in-your-face smell. Thwack, if you know what I mean. You can proper smell that one.
Enough to ruin a nose?
Ruin a dinner party.
Interesting.
Yeah. Something I had to stand back.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Watch out at Christmas. And tell me about fizzy drinks.
One of those wet farts, really, but there wasn't much there. Sort of dripped down the leg, but it didn't rise, if you know what I mean.
Oh, a fader?
A fader, yeah.
Classic fader.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a damp squib for fizzy drinks.
Yeah. Bit of a no-no on that one.
Interesting.
Time's up, so which food is judged to have supplied the smelliest fart?
We have the results. Aaron Kidd.
Beans.
5. Yvonne Walsh.
Eggs.
8. John Davis.
Sprouts.
9. Nigel Brown.
Fizzy drinks.
3.
And there you go. It was nip and tuck all the way, but it's official. Sprouts produce the smelliest fart.
Life is all about taking chances. Can I get across this road without being run over? Should I buy a lottery ticket? Can I park my bike there without it getting nicked? Whatever. So, how good are we at working out risks and probability?
3 Brainiac golfers, a small hole, a shed load of golf balls. What are the chances of one of them getting a hole-in-one? An average golfer probably has about 700 tries at a hole-in-one over his lifetime, but most never get one. The bookies reckon the odds are 300 to 1. It's not a precise calculation of the chances, but they need to make it an attractive enough proposition for us to part with our money. We reckon even rubbish golfers like these 3 will get one if they hit enough balls. They've got the best clubs money can buy. None of them has got a hole-in-one before, but then none of them has ever hit so many balls in one go at the same green. We're so confident, we're putting our money where our mouth is and are gambling a month's beer money on them to do it.
Could I place a bet on a Brainiac getting a hole-in-one, please? Yep.
Meanwhile, here's a question. If you take 23 people, what are the chances of 2 of them sharing the same birthday?
1,000 to 1.
1 in 700.
No chance, I would have thought.
500 to 1. Very, very slim.
2,000 to 1, roughly.
50-50, I haven't got a clue.
Well, yes, surprisingly, he's right. If you have 23 people, the chances of 2 of them sharing the same birthday is roughly 1 in 2, 50-50. Our Brainiac golfers are still whacking balls in the name of science. No hole-in-one yet, but we'll see how they're getting on later in the show.
In 1997, Thrust SSC became the fastest vehicle on land. It had the power of 1,000 Ford Escorts and travelled at over 700 miles an hour. Now, to achieve this, it required 2 turbojets with enormous amounts of thrust, not to mention the thousands of man-hours and years of dedication to design and build it. Most of this, of course, is out of reach of the ordinary man. But as with most science, the principles remain the same. So, today, we may not break any land speed records, but we might break some Brainiacs. Taking our inspiration from jet engines, which provide thrust, we've kitted each of these trolleys out with a different type of extinguisher. Trolley 1 has water, Trolley 2 has foam, and Trolley 3 has CO2. Our experiment today is to find out which of these engines is going to do the best job of transporting us down this runway. Now, I'm tipping the CO2, so I'll have that one, and the Brainiacs can have the other 2.
Three, two, one.
Losers! That was fantastic and pretty decisive. I think we've established once and for all that CO2 is the best means of powering our trolleys. It is the way forwards. And in this modern age in which we live, the search for alternative means of transport goes on. And we at Brainiac believe it must go on. And so today we're going to be combining the results of this experiment with our desire to move people in new and interesting ways.
Join us later as we find out which of these is the fastest thing powered by hot air since Tony Blair's victory speech. Still to come, if you're towing a caravan and you take the wrong turning through a minefield, which is it better to be, tired or wired? And is it better to be fat or thin if you're stuck in a blizzard? We test out pheromone spray in the Brainiac lab.
Ooh.
Can the fire brigade crack the world's toughest safe? Will any of our Brainiacs get a hole in one?
Miles away.
And your chance to play Spot the Junkie. Richard Hammond has to be up early tomorrow, but he can't sleep. He tosses and turns this way and that, but nothing helps. So, should he call it a night, get up and know he'll have to drink coffee all day tomorrow? If he does, he'll spend the day buzzing with caffeine. If he doesn't, he'll be very tired. He'll spend the day in a state of exhaustion. So, what's it best to be? Tired or wired?
Brainiac! Yes, tired or wired? That's the question. So here we have 2 Brainiacs. This one is very tired. He's had pretty much no sleep for 2 days. The medical term is, I think, shagged out. This one is wired. He's been inhaling caffeine and high-energy drinks for 2 days. He's buzzing like a lunatic bee. First, cards. Snap. Who'll be best at that? Well, I suppose it should be Wired Boy. His reactions should be faster with all that caffeine rushing around his system like a Class A drug. But you can lose at this game if you pitch in too fast and the cards don't match.
When the game gets underway, it's obvious that Wyatt has got himself so hyped up, he just doesn't see the matching cards. An overdose of caffeine means he can't concentrate on the game at hand and loses every time. Tired may be slower than usual, but at least he's still on this planet.
Snap! Snap goes to Tired, but this next challenge is a tough one for anyone. Right now, Tired and Wyatt are kneeling, balanced on their exercise balls. Now, that's easy when they've got me to lean on. It's going to be less easy when we fill their balls with water and I walk away.
A pair of mashed-up Brainiacs will really struggle at this. Being really tired reduces fine motor coordination, but that's also true of overdosing on caffeine. The inner ear balance mechanism is very delicate. Muck around with the body's internal chemistry, and that's one of the first things to go.
Balancing on a rubber ball with a ball of water on your head goes to Tired. Last test. We found the sign that says do not operate heavy machinery and we threw it away. Tired and Wyatt are going on a caravan assault course. They've got to drive around these cones as quickly as they can without hitting any. Oh, and we've put small bombs in them, just because we can. First up, Tired. Off you go then.
Driving when tired is a known hazard. Falling asleep at the wheel is an all too common danger, but the problems go wider than that. Without enough rest, the brain starts to play tricks. Hallucinations kick in as the brain struggles to make sense of the fast-moving world around it. Senses become heightened, alertness dips, coordination fails, and memory loss kicks in.
Come on, come on.
No wonder Tired Boy is making a meal of parking this caravan.
Come to Daddy, come on.
38.5 seconds. Rubbish.
Next up, Wyatt. In you go.
Caffeine stimulates the central nervous system and increases the stress hormones in the bloodstream, making people feel unnaturally alert. It also subdues the body's natural instinct to relax, causing undue stress and irritability.
This is not good.
Other pleasant side effects of that 20th cup of coffee: muscular tension, nausea, and constipation. But it hasn't stopped Wyatt Boy from winning the caravan challenge.
That's gotta be a winning time.
23.5 seconds. Maybe he's rushing to get to the bomb.
So, Wyatt won the caravan assault course, but Tired won snap and balancing on a rubber ball with a bowl of water on your head. Which means, overall, if you've got something on and you need to choose, it's better to be Tired than Wyatt.
You may be wondering why I liberated this bottle from the office water cooler. Well, it's because today we're making a rocket. Here are the basic principles. We're going to fill about a third of the bottle full of water so there's something to shoot out, compress the rest of the space with the air using the pump, and we're also going to put some fins on it because it's not the most stable shape in the world, so hopefully these will make it fly better. There we go, one rocket. Now all we need to do is stick some water in it and put the compressed air in as well. Now let's get the compressed air going. Oh, it's getting really hard now. It can't be that far off. Excellent! That worked really well. Classic.
Pub Science, the Brainiac alternative to pub quiz night.
Okay, so I'm going to build you an indoor fountain. What you need, a bit of water, trapped in a fizzy pop bottle, some washing up liquid to trap the bubbles of gas that are going to be produced by these indigestion tablets. You're going to need one of these, John. You better put that up. I know it's bad luck, but it'll be a lot worse luck if you haven't got it up. You better get that in pretty quick. Right. I'm going to get very wet. And we just kind of wait, really. Doesn't usually take this long.
What is gonna
Let's give it a bit more shake.
I'll tell you what, it's gone very liquid.
Oh, did I put any in? Oh, Can I borrow your umbrella?
Science. Go on, get out of it.
Earlier in the show, we established, using science, that CO2 is the best means of powering our shopping trolleys. The other two were left for dead, as they used foam and water to little effect.
Losers!
Throughout the show, we're continuing our experiment to find different ways of moving people using CO2-powered devices. The humble roller skate has been around for years, but you probably haven't seen a pair quite like this. We've rigged them so the CO2 will be expelled from the heels. All our Brainiac has to do is stay upright.
16.2 metres.
So, 16.2 metres with an average speed of 420 metres per hour. Will a modified skateboard perform any better?
Three, two, one.
Too much power and not enough control on its inaugural run, but the second produced a better result.
Exactly.
19 metres with an average speed of 380 metres per hour. Further, but not as fast as the roller skates. Next to be tested, a trusty office chair. It's much heavier, so to make things fair, we've fitted it with a twin-cylinder engine.
2, 1.
.7 metres, and with a blistering average speed of 540 metres per hour, it's our office chair that leads the way. We'll return to the Brainiac test track later in the show to run our final test.
I'm Peter Logan, and this is my exploding paste. When it's wet, it's safe, but when it's dry, it's very unstable.
Logan's paste is made using iodine crystals and one other secret chemical. It's so volatile that when dry, even the movement of a small insect can detonate it. Peter Logan first made his exploding paste while at school after concocting a recipe from an old textbook. Way back then, the only use he found for it was practical jokes. Many decades later, nothing has changed. Back to probability with our Brainiac golfers. They've been hitting golf balls for about an hour, but still no hole in one. We've got money on them to do it, but so far it's not looking good.
Oh! Miles away.
Meanwhile, try this. If you toss a coin 19 times and it turns up heads every time, what's it most likely to be the 20th time? Heads or tails?
Heads.
Tails.
Heads.
I would say heads.
Heads.
Tails.
If it's been 19 times, then the next time it'll probably be heads as well.
The answer is either. It's 50-50. Coins can't remember what went on before, and that's why good gamblers don't look back. And why coins are really crap at remembering what they were doing last week.
That's close.
Coming in.
At last, our Brainiacs are getting a bit closer, but the bookies won't pay out unless the small ball actually goes into the small hole. We'll catch up with them later in the show.
Ooh, I tell you what.
On the previous Fat v Thin, we discovered it was better to be big, not bony, as we simulated being shipwrecked at sea. Neither subject was allowed to use their limbs to stay afloat, and our fat guy took the early lead. On this Fat v Thin, we're going to find out if it's better to be under or overweight if caught in a blizzard. Our fat guy weighs 22 stone, and our thin guy just 6.5. Each subject has 4 pieces of paper attached to them. The subject that comes out of the blizzard with the least amount of moisture on the papers will be declared the winner. Our blizzard will last for 5 minutes and stop when the klaxon sounds. All the subjects have to protect themselves and their papers from the elements is a 3-quid umbrella. The thing that actually kills you in a blizzard is the clinging moisture and exposure to the elements. Wet clothing loses all its insulating properties and takes heat away from the body, resulting in hypothermia and certain death. Close inspection of the paper reveals the thin guy has emerged fairly unscathed. However, Fat Boy's paper has suffered severe damage. If he was in a real blizzard, he'd be chips. Frozen ones, and not fat-free.
Yeah!
Our experiment has shown that in a blizzard, it's better to be tiny than tubby.
We've got 4 people, and we know more about them than they do about themselves, because we've tested a sample of their hair. One of them smokes cannabis. Another is being choked by city fumes. Another uses too much antiperspirant. And another doesn't brush their teeth often enough. Did you guess which one uses too much antiperspirant? Yes, James, it's you. We know because we found an excess of aluminium in your hair sample. That comes from the can of your antiperspirant, and you absorb it into your body when you spray your armpits every morning. Who is being poisoned by city fumes every day they go to work? Stand up and be counted, Wendy Mitchell. Your hair sample contained evidence of too much lead. That's doing you no good, you know. Ever thought of retiring to the country to raise pigs? Right, who's the naughty boy or girl who hasn't been brushing their teeth then? Aha! Caught you, Mrs. Edwards. Your hair sample was full of mercury from your many fillings. It's escaping from your teeth into your bloodstream and coming out in your hair. Yes, Christine, you need to think about investing in a brush or get some new teeth.
Not hard to guess the last one then, is it? Yes, it's Spot the Junkie time. Hello, Dottie. Your hair sample told us you've been puffing on the wacky backy. Dottie is in fact the oldest member of the Legalised Cannabis Alliance. A simple test on a sample of hair can tell a lot, so viewer beware. Your hairdresser may know more about you than you really want. Still to come on Brainiac, in our continuing search for alternative fuels, is CO2 the way forward? Is BO a no-no?
Arms up, please.
Or a hello? And one small step for a man. Will Brainiac boffin John Tickle sink or swim in a swimming pool full of custard?
Have you ever seen a really ugly bloke walking around with a gorgeous woman and thought, how? Well, is this the answer? Pheromone spray, available from your local sex shop. Now, it claims to make you irresistible, even if you're a short, fat, ugly bloke with no money and all the personality of an ironing board. But does it work?
This is Julie. Julie is lovely. Julie wants a boyfriend. Which man is right for her? We've got a random selection of 3 fellas for her to choose from, all with their own distinctive smells. Which one will she choose for her blind date?
Arms up, please. And stop sniffing, please. Arms up, please. Arms up, please.
So, Julie has had a nose full of our 3 lads. Which will she choose to be her blind date? The pheromone boy, the aftershaver, or will it be Mr. Sweaty? The results coming up. First, back to our Brainiac golfers and their probability challenge. They're still trying to get a hole-in-one, but they're getting tired. They've hit a load of golf balls, got close, but no joy yet. The bookies have offered us odds of 300 to 1 that none of them will do it. So will we lose our beer money?
Yes!
Well, there you go, a hole-in-one. We are now officially rich. Except, actually, we aren't. Yes, our Brainiacs were so rubbish, we had to fake it. But don't tell the bookies.
Happy? Yep. Okay, lovely.
700 shots and not a hole-in-one between them. What are the chances of that?
Today, we've been experimenting with CO2 as a means of propulsion by attaching it to various things with wheels.
We've attached canisters to a pair of roller skates, a skateboard, and to the current leader in our test, the office chair, which travelled 29.7 metres, reaching an average speed of 540 metres per hour.
We've got one more vehicle to test in our search for an alternative form of transport that doesn't rely on fossil fuel. This is the twin-cylinder wheelchair.
3, 2, 1.
I burnt my bum!
Not the most promising start to our transport revolution, but it showed enough potential to warrant another go. 29.7 metres is still the distance to beat. No need for tape measures. By a country mile, our experiment has shown that CO2-powered wheelchairs could well be the future of transportation.
Here's one for you. If you took a compass into space, which way would it point?
Back to our blind date. Our lovely lady Julie is ready to choose her new boyfriend just on the basis of his smell from 3 fellas chosen from a cross-section of society. Dell wore the sex shop pheromone spray. Its main constituent is androstenol, a factory-made chemical which mimics men's natural sex hormones. A liberal splashing of it should drive women crazy, but does it? Our other men smell of natural sweat and aftershave. Will they turn her head instead? She's sniffed them all, and now she has to choose her favourite.
Please take your blindfold off. So tell me about number 1.
Well, to be honest, he stunk.
Really?
Yeah.
Stunk of what?
BO, I would say, BO.
Okay. And tell me about number 2.
He smelled nice, a lot better than number 1.
Yeah? And what about number 3?
He was in between. Nice in some areas, a bit stinky in others.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
Okay, who have you chosen to be your blind date for this evening? Number 1, number 2, or number 3?
Oh, it's got to be number 2. Definitely number 2.
Okay, so you've chosen number 2, so let's meet the 2 that you've turned down. Come in, Fabio.
Hi. Sorry.
Come in, Del.
Hi! Sorry.
And your blind date for this evening is Jimmy from Scunthorpe, and he was wearing aftershave. Come in, Jimmy.
So there it is. Cheap aftershave beats pheromones every time. Splash it all over, boys.
We're the Brownlow boys. That's me, Terry, and this is my boy, Jamie. We've been dealing in safes for 28 years, and this one here is one of the best. So good, in fact, we're putting 200 big ones in it. And if you can crack our safe, the dough's yours. But don't count on getting inside too easy. It's nearly 1 ton of solid steel. The doors are 5.5 inches thick, and it's been specially designed to resist attack from torches and drills alike.
Last time, our team of Brainiacs tried to split the safe open by dropping it from a great height. All to no avail.
It's intact.
This time, it's the turn of 3 guys with over 50 years' experience in the fire service. They'll be attempting to crack the safe using the tools of their trade.
We're going to put the safe into a fire situation, then rapidly cool it with water from the actual fire appliance itself. Hopefully it will expand and contract and give us a better chance to crack it.
First, our firemen reverse their roles and actually start a fire. After letting it heat up and burn, they douse the safe with water. A petrol-powered angle grinder attacked the lower hinge and left its mark, so they then decided to go for the good old-fashioned approach. Apart from the incisions made by the grinder, the only other damage was superficial, and the Brownlow's money is safe. For the moment. Next time, it's bangers and crash as 2 stock car drivers take the death metal approach.
Science tells us that humans can't walk on water. OK, Jesus did it, but he was the Son of God, which gave him an unfair advantage. As for the rest of us, well, we have to obey the laws of physics. Even John Tickle. John can't walk on water because, like all humans, he's too big and heavy to be supported by surface tension and not buoyant enough to float.
But I can walk on custard.
But he can walk on custard.
First, let's empty the pool. This swimming pool takes 27,000 litres of liquid. That'll mean we'll need a lot of custard. So we need some heavy machinery on our side.
Nice, this is going to be fun.
Cement mixers and industrial bags of custard powder are the order of the day.
So, John, how are you going to walk on custard?
Well, I'm going to take advantage of the properties of custard itself.
Right.
It's what's called a non-Newtonian liquid.
Obviously.
Sometimes it has properties like a liquid, sometimes it has properties like a solid. When I walk across the custard, I'm going to be doing it very quickly and impacting the custard quite hard. And under those circumstances, when you apply pressure, it behaves like a solid, so I shouldn't sink.
So does this work with any custard then?
As long as you've got corn flour or some other starchy material in it, it should work, yeah.
If you stop then, you're not stressing it anymore.
Oh, I'm going to sink very slowly like a stone.
Into custard?
Yes.
You can't swim in custard?
Not really, I don't think so.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So John's confident. He trusts his science. The type of custard is important here. It needs to be corn flour based and hence starchy enough to have the qualities John expects. The custard our Brainiacs are making is more industrial than edible. You wouldn't want this served up on your rhubarb crumble. And we need a lot of it. A lot more than we actually ordered.
How much do we need?
Well, I've no idea. I mean, we were told we needed a certain amount.
I'm
We've not even got
for
that.
100 to 200.
Well, let's just get as much
They've
as we
had
can.
delivery today. Hello.
We probably need as much as you've got in stock. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Bye.
At last, the pool is full. The big moment has arrived.
Do you have a bit of a taste, yeah?
Lovely.
Yes, not too sweet, but it's custard.
That is custard. All right, then. Well, if you're ready.
I am.
John Tickle, walk on the custard.
Thank you.
Custard. At rest, a liquid. On impact, a solid. Can it be true?
That is amazing! All right, now hang on, prove your theory. What happens when you stop walking about and you stand still? Because according to your theory, I would expect you to start to sink, as in fact you are. That's incredible.
Wow.
The moment you stop, you disappear. Oh, thank you very much. Look, in fact, let me show you. Look, there it is. You keep impacting it, it's solid, and the moment I stop, it's a liquid. It's custard. John, that is incredible, and that proves it. John Tickle can walk on custard.
And that should be the end of it. Except, of course, there's the tiny matter of getting John Tickle out, which isn't easy in a non-Newtonian liquid, because the harder you pull, the tighter it grips you.
Go. Slowly, really slowly.
Oh, the slower you go, the easier it's going to be.
Just really slow.
But slowly does it, and yes, John Tickle lives to Brainiac another day.
Well done.
See that? There it is again. That's called subliminal advertising, where you flash something on the screen that's so brief the viewer doesn't notice, but apparently it can make you do things. It's thought to be so effective, it's actually banned in this country. But does it really work? We're going to find out. We're going to hide 3 subliminal messages in this show. We'll tell you what they are at the end of tonight's show, and you can see if you did the things we commanded you to do. They'll be simple things, but we'll be hiding them in different ways. So, can we make you do whatever we want?
But first, let's blow something up. Liquid nitrogen is a boiling point of minus 196 degrees Celsius. A hot water bottle is a lot warmer than that. When the nitrogen boils inside the bottle, it gives off gas. A lot of it. And a hot water bottle will only stretch so far. Oh, and don't try this in bed tonight.
much weight can you lose by having a dump?
Take one Brainiac, a table full of food, and let nature take its course. First, fill him up. Pepperoni pizza, good for carbohydrate loading and bulking up. Lamb vindaloo for the essential fats and, of course, the laxative properties. Finally, stewed prunes. If the curry hasn't done the trick, these suckers will. Brainiac filled to bursting. Now the weigh-in.
Please stand on the scale. The pre-dump reading is 154 pounds, 2 ounces.
That's 69.91 kilos. It's time for our Brainiac to have a little rest and let his stomach settle. At this point in our experiment, it's important that he should not engage in any physical activity which might cause him to lose weight and skew the result. He must sit quietly in our holding area until he's ready for nature to take its course. Thinking is banned as well, as this would cause him also to use up calories. Not a great challenge for this particular Brainiac. This may take time. We reckon a couple of hours should do it, but at this point, we're in his hands, or in fact, his bottom. Oh, here we go. Ah, no. This looks like the one. Yes, we're in business. It's time to drop anchor. Mission accomplished. He must now be taken straight to the weighing area. The big moment. His weight prior to going to the little boy's room was 154 pounds, 2 ounces.
The post-dump reading is 152 pounds, 2 ounces.
And there it is, a total loss of 2 pounds, the size of a small cat. And the moral of the experiment, forget the Atkins diet, do a number 2.
Hello, I'm Eamon Holmes, and that didn't work, did it?
In Fat v Thin, we're trying to discover whether it's better to be fat or thin in various life or death situations. We've already established that it's better to be big if stranded at sea. Our thin guy struggled to stay afloat, while our fat guy had no trouble at all. We then bombarded our guinea pigs in high-speed snow and discovered when it came to being caught in a blizzard that it was better to be bony than bulky. On this Fat v Thin, we find out if it's better to be under or overweight when trying to survive in extreme heat. Our 2 subjects have a combined weight of 28.5 stone. 22 of them belong to our fat guy. We've placed them in a room with 5 very powerful heaters. They're both wearing thermal clothes, hats and scarves to replicate the full effect of a heat wave. The subjects each have a digital thermometer in their mouth, and the person with the highest body temperature after 25 minutes will be declared the loser. We'll leave our subjects to sweat it out and return later in the show to monitor their progress.
Hello, I'm Eamon Holmes, and you're watching Brainiac.
Previously on Brainiac,
we converted an old airfield into a testing ground as we put CO2 through its paces. Our ready-made engines were attached to various things with wheels, such as the standard office chair. But the clear winner, driven by a man used to breakneck speeds, was the wheelchair.
today we go one step further. We're going to be doing vehicles on water using these 4 speed machines. First up is the trusty old inner tube. Come on, lads. Excellent. Let me just spin me around a bit. There we go. Are you happy? I think we're all set. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! That is absolutely uncontrollable.
The inner tube might be great for lounging around in, but when it comes to hydrodynamics, it leaves a lot to be desired.
So this time, I'm going to go for an air mattress.
While this is more comfortable than the inner tube, I can't see it making an appearance at the boat show anytime soon.
Couldn't quite work out the steering on that one. So far, we've tried 2 of our craft with limited success. This time, we're going to go for something that's designed to go on water, our kayak.
So the kayak has potential. If all you want to do is travel around in circles, this could be the perfect option.
I might have only got 5 metres, but I didn't sink. Bugger! Nice one, guys. Straight in the water, if you would. Let's get it on. Here she is, my pride and joy. I christen her the Brainiac 1. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Success at last. Leaving all others in its wake, our inflatable twin-cylinder dinghy is the clear winner when it comes to powering your personal craft with CO2.
So far, the Brainiac CO2 craft have conquered land and sea. Next stop is the heavens. We're going skyward.
Coming up on Brainiac, frying tonight, how to make chips the lazy man's way. John Tickle goes round the bend, may the G-force be with him. And we go in search of Britain's slippiest household oil, Brainiac style. Things you shouldn't put in a microwave, a CD. And can 1 ton of Ford Granada smash up 1 ton of safe?
Here's one for you. Do bald men wash their heads with soap or shampoo?
Sex and football. 2 things that would rank pretty high on any Englishman's perfect day. But together, how well does sex and football combine? Well, some people think that sex before a match ruins your game. Others think it actually makes you play better. Others think, let's forget the bloody football and just get on with the rumpy-pumpy. Now, Brainiac science is at its best when we examine life's really big questions, and they don't come much bigger than this. Does sex improve your game? Brainiac! Finding people willing to take part in Brainiac experiments isn't always that easy, but this time we've had no trouble at all finding willing volunteers. I'm going to split this lot into 2 teams. They're going to play 5-a-side football, and we're going to monitor their performance. Then, at half-time, I'm going to send one side off to have sex, and the other side to play Scrabble. Then we'll see how well they play in the second half. Right, gather round if we can, in the centre, because this is where we decide who gets to do what, OK? I should establish everybody's got wives, girlfriends, partners, whatever, to kind of do their bit and help us do this. OK, possibly. Right, I've got a coin, heads. You lot get the bedroom games. You lot get the board games. If it comes down tails, it's the other way around. OK, here we go. It's heads.
Nice one. Yeah,
OK, so you better go and sort things out, ready for half-time, OK? Make some arrangements. Sorry.
So, a change of shirts and time for the first half. The whole sex and athletic performance debate revolves around the fact that men's testosterone level falls temporarily after lovemaking. Testosterone bolsters performance, endurance and physical ability, so any loss of it should mean that men's athletic performance will be poorer. The physical exertion of sex is, of course, also tiring, and that can hamper match performance. However, some experts on hormones and sports say that while sex doesn't give an athlete a physical edge, it does give a psychological boost. It can make a man feel confident, capable and powerful, and this can produce an edge on the field. For our experiment, we've got Sky soccer commentators Gary Bloom and Tony Lockwood, scoring each player in the first half and again in the second. How do they see it so far?
The no-sex team, on my marking, ahead at the moment. So I'm hoping that those allowed to have sex at half-time, we are going to see a natural improvement because their footballing skills, some of them, they do need improving, to be brutally frank.
Yeah. Do you think they will be improved by having sex?
Well, it can't make them any worse.
So what about professional sportsmen? Boxing legend Muhammad Ali often went 6 weeks without sex so that he could focus effectively on the fight to come. And there was the famous case recently of a snooker player at a championship tournament who, during the interval, slipped away for a spot of nookie, came back and won the final. Of course, the England players used to be kept away from their wives and girlfriends before big matches. But then I suppose it didn't matter either way because they always lost. Right, that's the end of the first half. Time to send the sides off to their respective activities.
OK, men. Here's your board game, chaps. Enjoy. Yes, thank you. And good luck to you, and good luck to you, gents. Off you go. May England be with you.
And while our teams are away, Gary and Tony tot up the half-time scores for each player.
10.
Oh, number 10?
Number 10.
Well, he scored a goal. An excellent goal. I put him down at 7.
They'll give us the full scores at the end of the match. No clear winners emerged in the board game, so time to get back to the football.
We expect the other side to be returning any minute now from their half-time efforts. Hopefully they don't actually go into the second half. Oh, we didn't specify, you know, details. We just said sex. And I think that's the first player and his partner returning. Well, he's made it back to the pitch. You know, I mean, that's something.
They've all made it back, but with barely enough energy to get onto the pitch. The big question is, will these players play better or worse in the second half? Well, let's have a look at some of our players in detail. The half-time board games haven't improved the no-sex team's performance at all. Their number 8 had a listless first half, watching more than playing, and indeed his performance in the second was really no better. A similar story for their number 9, rubbish in the first half and rubbish in the second. Now, let's look at the sex team. Their number 1 had a shocking first half, scoring a measly 2 out of 10 from our experts. But look at his performance in the second. He seems to have found an extra yard or 2. When the final whistle blows, the score is sex team 2, no sex 1. The final verdict, though, comes from our experts.
OK, guys, that's it. Game's over. What are your feelings about the way they responded to this?
Well, second half, the sex team looked insatiable.
Really?
Seriously? Insatiable, especially the number 1 on the sex team.
He came on leaps and bounds. He disappeared, came back. Does it improve your game? Clearly, they were much better performers in the second half.
OK, everyone. Now, obviously on goals, this side won, but we've been more scientific than that. So, no sex, first of all. In the first half, you were awarded 61 points. In the second half, 48. I mean, you got worse. Sex. In the first half, 52. In the second, 68. So that is final and conclusive proof, I think we all agree, that sex does improve your game.
Chips are what a Brainiac lives on, breakfast, lunch and tea. But we're getting a bit bored of peeling and slicing, so we're going for the easier way. High explosives. So, if you blow up a potato, will you get chips? Well, yes, if you fire them through our custom-made slicer. Wire in a little bit of volatile explosive. Add some low-fat petrol for that deep-fried flavour. placed on top so that when the explosive blasts them out, the burning petrol can fry them to a crisp.
Going in 3, 2, 1.
A bit raw, a bit charred, but you can't beat homemade. Chips with a bang.
Stop! The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
CDs contain a thin layer of aluminium. When the microwave is turned on, large currents are created in the metal, which then vaporizes. The electric arcs going through the vapor appear as lightning. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
Dear John, there's been a so-called fact circulating via email that ducks' quacks don't echo. I don't have a duck or a large room to test out this theory, but would like to know if it is true. Any chance you could shed some light on the subject? Yours in the search of useful knowledge, Ross from Cardiff. Well, Ross from Cardiff, I'm pleased to say we can.
Why might a duck's quack not echo? This is a weird myth because all sounds can echo. An echo is sound waves being reflected back off a surface and reaching your ears after the original sound. However, if a sound fades gradually in and out or is very quiet, the echo can be hard to hear. So does a duck's quack fade gradually in and out, and is it very quiet?
Hello there. I wondered if you can help. Hi, my name's John. Hello. Hi. We're doing a scientific experiment. There's an urban myth that ducks' quacks don't echo. We thought of St Paul's as having the Whispering Gallery, which is one of the most echoey places that we know. We wondered if we could take the duck up and do an experiment to see whether the quack does echo in the open space. Interesting. Not a flat no to start with, so we'll have to see whether he comes back and gives us permission. Fingers crossed. How are you doing, Estella?
I'm not allowed to go in with animals.
OK, well, never mind. Thanks very much. We appreciate the time.
You have no permission to film in the cathedral or in its surrounds. Right. The other side of those openings is your ground. OK, this is my ground.
Right, then. We'll have to go and see if we can find somewhere else with a nice, loud echo. How you feel about that, then, Stella? Sure, there's a good girl. So, no luck with St Paul's, but we have found a very echoey tunnel to test our theory that ducks do have an echo when they quack. Very echoey, I can demonstrate that for you now. Echo! So, let's get Stella out of her box and see if we can hear her echo as well. Quack for me, darling. Quack. Quack, quack. Lots of echoes. Well, there you go. I think we have proved the theory conclusively. Ducks' quacks do echo. You saw it here first. Now, before any of you write in, I'd just like to reassure you all that no animals were harmed during the filming of this experiment. Beautiful.
Pub signs, the Brainiac alternative to darts.
You got any money on you?
I'll just have a look.
If I can set fire to that and not burn it, will you buy me a pint? Good, thank you. So all we're going to do is use some vodka, anything that's 80 proof, 40% by volume. The alcohol will burn, but the water in the alcohol will conduct the heat away, so this should burn without burning. And there it goes. burning without burning. Still wasn't that impressive.
Tin pot science. Stay away.
How many times can you fold a piece of paper in half?
7.
8.
8 times. 1.
What?
Regular sheet of A4, should think about 6 times.
That's how big is it?
Oh, there's a limit, isn't it? 6 or something.
8.
No, you can't do more than 8.
8.
Why 8?
Because that's the how many times you can fold it.
Okay, let's roll.
Mathematicians have wasted years of their life trying to work this out. We're going to waste an hour and do it with a big piece, because surely the bigger the paper, the more you can fold it. When you continually fold a piece of paper in half, the thickness increases exponentially. Basically, that's just a fancy way of saying that with 1 fold, it's twice as thick, 2 folds, 4 times thicker, and 3 folds, 8 times thicker, and so on.
Go over that way. How many more are we going to get out of this?
By the time you get to the 8th fold, it's thicker by a factor of 256, and by then, it's pretty hard to turn over.
Do you want me to go back, Shinab?
OK. That's it. Now, will that stay if you get off?
So 8 folds is our limit with ordinary writing paper. But can we do better with something longer and thinner, like industrial bog roll? 2-ply toilet tissue, exactly twice as long as the first piece and also half as thick. It's big enough for a whopping 70,000 wipes, but does that mean we can make more folds in it? Well, no, it doesn't seem to work like that. The advantage you gain from it being longer and thinner also diminishes exponentially, so that as we fold it, it just gets pretty similar in size to what we had before. So even if you had a piece of paper the size of Britain, you'd be wasting your money. By the time you get down to the final folds, it's pretty hard to force into shape. But can we at least get 9?
I think we're going to do it. Excellent.
9.
And there you go, a truly magnificent 9 folds, with a little help.
I'm Peter Logan, and this is my exploding paste. When it's wet, it's safe. But when it's dry, it's very unstable.
Logan's paste is made using iodine crystals and one other secret chemical. It's so volatile that when dry, even the movement of a small insect can detonate it. Peter Logan first made his exploding paste while at school after concocting a recipe from an old textbook. Way back then, the only use he found for it was practical jokes. Many decades later, nothing has changed. In this Fat v Thin, we're finding out if it's better to be large or little if stuck in a life-threatening heat wave. Our subjects have been sitting in front of these powerful heaters for 15 minutes. They'll remain here for a further 10. The ambient room temperature is 33 and climbing, and it's our fat guy who's feeling the heat the most. His temperature is 0.5 of a degree higher than our thin guys. The person with the highest temperature after 25 minutes will lose this Fat v Thin contest. And it's starting to get to them. We'll be back at the end of their 25 minutes to see which one of our subjects has kept his cool.
Racing drivers, fighter pilots, astronauts. These people experience G-force every day. But so can you. We're here to find out how many Gs you can pull in a children's playground. First off, we're going to see how many Gs we can pull on the roundabout just on its own.
1 G is the force applied by gravity at the Earth's surface. 2G is simply 2 times this force, and so on.
Well, that's not too bad, over 1. But I want more. I wonder what would happen if we put a Brainiac on.
So, if you pull 2G on a roundabout, you have double your weight pulling away from the centre of the spin, which is why it's so hard to hold on.
1.7 Gs that time, but I still want more. I wonder what would happen if we added more weight to the equation. Go! All right, that'll do. Nearly 2. We were just off the magic 2 there. So we're just going to try it with me this time and 4 whole Brainiacs pushing. See how fast we can get. I've got a little bit of a confession as well, gentlemen. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the mass on the roundabout. It's just how fast you spin. So let's go for it. See how fast we can get. Ready?
Yep.
Boom!
The maximum G-force that a human being can withstand is approximately 9G. To weigh as much as an elephant, you'd have to pull around 80G.
Excellent! 2¼ G that time. See, you don't need fast cars or aeroplanes, just a few mates and a kiddie's playground. Excellent!
Still to come, we field test the slipperiest household oils. And we find out just what does happen in your bedroom at night. Will our Brainiac lose face when we test out the laws of science? And it's bangers and crash as a stock car team goes in for safe braking.
What's for breakfast? Lovely. Cornflakes. With added iron. What, real iron? I wonder. No trick. Cornflakes have real iron. Try it.
It's estimated that each year in the UK, over 100,000 people will be injured from slipping on a smooth surface in the home. Makes the home seem like a pretty dangerous place to be. And let's face it, kitchens and bathrooms are full of potential hazards. It only takes one catastrophic spillage of baby oil and it could all be over. So we decided to investigate which commonly used household oil is the most dangerous.
First task, to turn this hillside into a Brainiac testing zone. All that's required is some long rolls of polythene and a scientific measurement to base our readings on.
25 metres.
The bales of hay will act as a set of brakes. We're testing 3 oils today: cooking oil, cod liver oil and baby oil. Ordinarily, being coated and rubbed down with baby oil would be a pleasurable experience, but not when you're a Brainiac. To ensure maximum slipperiness, we also spread the baby oil on the polythene sheet. Time for test run number 1. Our Brainiac travelled the 25 metres in 7 seconds, giving an average speed of 12.9 kilometres per hour. Next up, cod liver oil, and to avoid cross-contamination, we replaced his suit and greased him up. As with each test, oil will be placed on the track as well as our Brainiac. Cod liver oil is well known for oiling your joints, but just how slippery is it? The answer, obviously, not very. Cod liver oil is a complete disappointment, and as our Brainiac did not reach the 25-metre mark, it gets the big DNF, did not finish. The third and final oil to be tested is found in most household kitchens. It's cooking oil. 12.9 K is the speed to beat. Will the cooking oil be able to handle the heat? It sure will. With an average speed of 18 kilometres an hour, our Brainiac experiment has found a clear winner. So next time you head for the frying pan, make sure you use extreme caution when handling the oil.
We're the Brownlow boys. That's me, Terry, and this is my boy, Jamie. We've been dealing in safes for 28 years, and this one here is one of the best. So good, in fact, we're putting 200 big ones in it. And if you can crack our safe, the dough's yours. But don't count on getting inside too easy. It's nearly 1 ton of solid steel. The doors are 5.5 inches thick, and it's been specially designed to resist attack from torches and drills alike.
Previously on Brainiac, we tried to split the safe open by dropping it from a great height. All to no avail.
Look at that!
And 3 experienced firefighters had a crack at it using the tools of their trade, but the only real damage was superficial. This time, Clark, Shane and their vehicles will take up the challenge head on.
The plan today is to have a run up on that safe as fast as we can, break it open, share the 200 quid inside.
Shane's 24. He's been racing since he was 10 and has won the European Championships for banger racing. His car is a Ford Granada 2.8. It weighs just under a ton, about the same as the safe. Clark's car, on the other hand, is a 1.3 Vauxhall Nova with an external steel cage and reinforced chassis. It also weighs about the same as the safe, so all in all, it should be a fair contest. Both cars mounted a ferocious attack in an attempt to soften up the safe, but it had the reverse effect, so Shane decided it was do or die. As he approaches the safe, his vehicle is reaching a top speed of around 70 miles an hour. In this kill or be killed attempt, it was the car that came off second best.
Well, we smashed the gearbox to pieces. There's part of the water pump off the front of the engine, and it looks like it's done quite a bit of damage to the car.
The safe looks a little worse for wear, but the money is still firmly locked inside. Next time, can former specialised debt collector Dave Courtney, a man who got his hands on the cash one way or another, get his hands on ours? In this Fat v Thin, we're determining whether it's better to be mini or maxi if stuck in a heat wave. Our subjects are wearing thermals to enhance the effects of our 5 3-kilowatt heaters. The temperature in this room has broken the 35-degree mark, and they've been sitting here for nearly 25 minutes. Their temperature is being monitored by way of a digital thermometer, which is reading from the sensor stuck in their mouths. Our fat guy is feeling the heat the most. His body is producing perspiration in an attempt to cool itself down, while our thin guy seems to be quite comfortable. There are just seconds remaining in this experiment, but look at our thin guy's temperature start to rise. When the klaxon sounds, the experiment will be over, but it looks like our thin guy has completely lost his cool. This could be anybody's. And saved by the bell, it looks like our thin guy just squeezes in by 0.1 of a degree. So this week, it's better to be micro than macro.
Yay! Loser! Yay!
On the next Fat v Thin, we find out if it's better to be under or overweight in a hurricane. When you wake up in the morning, you're always lighter than when you go to bed. Where's it all gone? Do you dream the weight away? Well, lots of it ends up in here. because even the coolest people sweat. Even at room temperature, we all wet the bed at night. We bought a brand new mattress for Mr. and Mrs. Brainiac. We delivered it to their house. They were ever so pleased. We let them sleep on it for a whole week. Then we came and took it away again. They weren't as pleased about that. It came down to the lab, and we shoved it in a plastic bag with a dehumidifier. That's a device that sucks in moisture. We'd already dehumidified the bag and the room it was in, so everything was dry before the mattress arrived. Then we left it. When we came back, we opened it up and had a peek at what had come out. What's that? Yes, sweat. You get rid of almost a full pint over the course of 1 week. Lovely. A room full of people. They're going to be watching a show, a Brainiac show. At least, that's what they think they're doing. But we've gathered them together for something else they don't know about. We're going to test out our power to control them. During a link at the beginning of the show, we flashed up a frame with an instruction to lick your lips. That's a type of subliminal advertising, banned in Britain because it's believed it can make people do things without them realising they've been told to do it. In a minute, we'll show you the other subliminal messages we hid in tonight's programme. Meanwhile, back to our guinea pigs. We've made a tape for them to watch, and in it we've hidden some flash frames. Will they do what we command them to do? Here's the first one coming up. It's an instruction to yawn. So will they do it? The very mention of yawning is usually enough to send people off, but for our guinea pigs it takes a while for the thought to filter through. 1 or 2 yawns? Not conclusive proof. They may just be bored. The hidden word itch seems to have more effect, starting off a wave of scratching. But the command to pick your nose had no impact at all. Maybe they were just being polite. Finally, well, yes, some people did cough, but then a lot of people didn't. Back to the subliminal messages we put in tonight's programme. The first one came after John Tickle on the jet-powered dinghy. It was in the soundtrack of the show, a verbal command that we slowed down. Here it is at normal speed. Kiss someone. Secondly, we hid another advert in the item about sex and football. It was on the T-shirt of the man in the crowd. There he is, with the T-shirt that says, "Phone your mum." Finally, we put another flash frame in the piece about the slipperiest oil. And here's that one slowed down. So if any of those messages did have an effect on you, do let us know by sending an email to this address. Do you trust science? Of course you do. You trust gravity to stick you to the ground. You trust friction to stop your car. You trust that E equals mc squared because, well, I don't know, it just does. But do you fully trust science? Enough to risk getting your face smashed in? Ed does, because Ed believes in the conservation of energy. Now, that's basically a fancy phrase that means, essentially, if I hold this iron and hold it up next to Ed's face and let go, it won't swing back and belt him one. That's right, isn't it, Ed?
I hope so.
OK, well, let's see. Good. Now, the reason Ed's still got a face is because the iron won't swing back even as far as the point where it started. And that's because of friction acting up here and air resistance on the iron itself as it moves through the air. But what if we make the weight a lot heavier and the swingy bit a lot longer? I wonder. Heavier and longer. Well, a 100-foot crane would be a start. And then something heavy to hang off the end. Like this big lump of concrete, maybe. It worked on a small scale, so will it work like this? Right, well, we're all set to go. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Good, so Ed keeps his teeth. Right, that all works Fine. If we release the rock from just in front of Ed's face, it can't swing back and give him a smack. But let's try something a bit more risky. When we set the rock off from over there, it swung to a point in the air over here. And if we can work out where that point is, then we should be able to release the rock, and if we've worked it out properly, it should stop just short of Ed's face. It should.
Now we're moving a little bit into the realms of the unknown. We have to make sure all the calculations are correct if the rock isn't going to obliterate Ed's Oxford-educated brain.
Actually, I've had a thought. There's no point making it... If we do it precisely equidistant, we can go closer, because when we release it... No, because when we release it, that's the whole point of it. When we release, there's friction at the top and there's wind resistance on the rock as it goes through the air, and it'll fall short. Because it's coming from there, it won't go that far. So we can afford to go closer. I don't know by how much. It can go a bit, and then that's when we can start just testing it. Right, here's how we're going to do it. We'll release it from that end. It'll go, obviously, swing towards the tower, and somebody's got to get a measure by eye of where it would end.
First, a test run with a mannequin.
Oh, yes.
You reckon it's on the bar?
Yeah, halfway over the bar.
OK.
Halfway over the bar.
OK, good luck, mannequin.
Jesus Christ, that could have been me. Back to the drawing board. Rough guesses are probably not what we're after right now, or it's going to be big plastic surgery bills for Ed. Releasing the rock from a slightly lower position should do it, and with no pushing. The moment has arrived. Time to strap Ed down, put away the calculators, and give it a go. So Ed survived with all his teeth intact, and all good scientists can sleep in their beds tonight. Science works. But first, let's blow something up. Salad is a foodstuff that brainiacs don't usually have much time for. All that cutting, dressing and tossing. We've got more important things to do. Like playing with liquid nitrogen, which is one of our very favourite things. So how about using the liquid nitrogen as our very own salad cream? Put the nitrogen in the bottle. Seal tightly. Then put the bottle in the salad. And leave. Quickly. The nitrogen gives off gas, expands, the bottle resists. And then explodes. One salad tossed, the lazy man's way.
You know when you're out of an evening, pub, bar, whatever, and you look at the people around you and think, wow, you're not bad looking, I suppose, or blimey, what a mingo. You just know that later on, that same evening, after a few drinks, you'll be looking at exactly the same people thinking, bingo, you're gorgeous. Well, that's called beer goggles. People get better looking after a few drinks. But let's be scientific about this. How much better looking?
Two blokes in the Brainiac lab, 2 pints of lager and 4 young ladies. We've recreated the feel of a busy pub to get an accurate beer goggles reading. Our 2 gents are going to give each girl a score.
OK, turn round, please, and mark each woman out of 10.
Then they'll drink some beer and score them again. This is also an interactive experiment, a chance for you to play at home and help us work out exactly how strong the beer goggles effect really is. You'll need to make up your own scorecards and provide your own drink, 2 pints of lager, but we'll supply the girls. You must, of course, be over 18. For those of you taking part then, here are the girls. OK, assuming you've completed your scorecard, we're now ready for the second part of our experiment.
OK, now drink your beer.
Our volunteers are now getting tanked up. You should also do the same. So if you're playing at home, please now drink your beer. We'll give you a little time to do that, so for the moment, sit back, get boozing, and we'll return to the experiment in a short while.
Hi, this is Teddy Hadley and you're watching Brainiac. I love this. This is brilliant.
Now then, I'm not here for pleasure, I'm here for the science. In fact, I'd hardly even notice Marketta and Hayley splashing around in tight bikinis. Anyway, we're here for the science, aren't we? We're here to find out which floats best, an au pair or a fake pair. Marketta is from Eastern Europe and works as an au pair for an English family. She has natural breasts. Hayley, on the other hand, is a glamour model from Croydon. She has silicone implants to give her the large breasts popular in the glamour industry. In the name of science, we're going to get each of our lovely ladies to lie back in the water and see who's most buoyant. First up, it's our au pair with the natural pair. Marketta? Well done, thank you. Good floating. Right then, Hayley, let's see how your silicone-enhanced breasts do in the float test. Not bad. In fact, that's quite puzzling because silicone is denser than water and water is denser than fat. So really, you should be sinking. Any idea why?
It could be because my breasts were quite large to start with.
Ah, what size were you before?
D cup.
And now?
A G cup.
It could be your natural fat is keeping you afloat.
It might be.
Thanks very much, Hayley. Up you come.
My pleasure.
And mine. Now there you go. Mixed results. Not quite what we expected. But I think on balance, the silicone wins. Isn't science fun?
Ever held onto an electric fence? It hurts. Farmers use electric fences to keep cattle in and foxes out. If an animal touches the fence, it gets a shock and it runs away. Today, by holding on to this fence designed to shock horses, the Brainiacs are going to learn all about electricity. This Brainiac is going to touch the fence and get an electric shock. Ow! This happens because when he touches the fence, he completes the circuit between the live wire and the ground. The charge goes from the fence itself into the Brainiac, through the Brainiac's body and down into the ground. Then it goes along the ground into the earth stakes, along the earth wires and back into the unit to complete the circuit. Ow! And it hurts. OK, he's getting pretty fed up with that. So what happens if he stands on these polystyrene tiles? Brainiac, touch the fence. The electricity won't pass through the Brainiac's body because it can't go through the polystyrene tiles to the ground to complete the circuit because they're a good insulator, so no shock. Off the tiles. Shock. On the tiles. No shock. Off the tiles. Shock. Every time this light flashes, there's a charge in the fence. Now, if the Brainiac's feet aren't touching the ground when it flashes, he shouldn't get shocked. So if he can jump at the right moment, he'll be fine. Brainiac, are you ready? Excellent. On. Look, grab the fence. Do it when I say on, be in the air. Here you go. On. Do you have no sense of rhythm? It's not difficult. You need to work on your timing. Or maybe we need to work on that theory a bit. What's better than shocking a Brainiac? Shocking a whole load of them. In you go. All our Brainiacs have bare feet and they're holding hands, as you do. Now, what will happen when the Brainiac at that end grabs the fence? It might just go straight through him to the ground. It might make it all the way to here. Will this Brainiac even feel it? Who knows? Let's find out. Brainiac, on the count of 3, grab the fence. 1, 2, 3, go. Hang on, so you haven't even moved. How far did it get? It got that far.
It got to this time.
Rate that out of 5. 1 to 5, how much did it hurt? 2. 2. 1 to 5, how much did that hurt?
4.
4, right. Change order and let's do it again. No, hold hands. On 1. 3, 2, 1, go. You didn't feel it at that end? So it earthed by there. His eyes are still spinning. It seems that the current has never got past this Brainiac here. So maybe he has unique insulating properties. Who knows? There's only one way to find out. Stick him on the end. On you go. You go and grab the fence, and on my count. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa, now that went further. Where did that end up? Did you feel that? No. That went as far as that Brainiac there. It's killed that Brainiac. That's quite impressive. Right, new theory. What happens if we insulate, using these polystyrene tiles, all the Brainiacs along the line, apart from the one on the end? Maybe the current will make it all the way. Let's find out. Insulate yourselves, Brainiacs.
Now, the first 4 in the line think that because they're insulated, they won't get a shock.
And on my count, touch the fence. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh! Oh, yeah. Wow! Well, that really works. Because you were insulated, it earthed here, so for the first time, the current made it all the way to the very end. You all got a shock, and that looked quite severe at this end.
Yeah, that hurt.
Because they were all holding hands, the current travelled along the line to find the Earth via our uninsulated Brainiac, giving everyone along the way a shock.
Oh! Oh, yeah. Well, final experiment. What happens if you're insulated as well? Then you're all insulated, OK? So, join hands, please, Brainiacs. And on my count, grab the fence. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, look at that. That's amazing. Nothing because you're all insulated. That's very clever, Brainiacs. I hope you've enjoyed learning about electricity. Well done. Good effort, that's what I say. Some people never learn.
Here's one for you. If you're in a car travelling at about the speed of light, what happens when you switch on the headlights?
Have you ever wondered what the food looks like when you're digesting it in your stomach? What we've got in here is the equivalent of strong stomach acid. That should about do. Now all we need is a good old British banger. There we go.
So you can see that it's already just starting to turn brown. The acid is starting to chop it up into smaller little bits. So what's happening in here, our sausage is made up of very big long molecules, and our body needs to use very short molecules that's easy to digest. And of course your stomach's constantly moving and stirring things up as well, so that's more like it. That's great. Yeah, that really is disgusting. In your stomach, that's called chine. When it comes out, it's called vomit. And that pretty much is a simplified version of what goes on inside your stomach.
Still to come, why you shouldn't put propane gas in a microwave. Who fares better in a Force 9 gale, a fatty or a thinny? And it's up, up, and no way, with our CO2 backpack.
It moved.
Will a tooth really dissolve in cola? Exactly how beautiful have these women become after 2 pints of beer? And an accident waiting to happen. Dr. Bunhead gets silly with dangerous chemicals.
During the course of this series of Brainiac, we've discovered some pretty novel uses for cylinders of CO2 gas. We've firmly established their ability to provide power for land-based vehicles.
We attach the cylinders to various things with wheels with various degrees of success. Our office chair showed potential, but uncontrolled rotation was a problem. Our wheelchair, on the other hand, was much more stable, but not so good on the rough ground.
And John Tickle has shown us what they can do on water.
It was a case of trial and error, but favouring the error side more. CO2 wasn't as effective on the water until our twin-cylinder dinghy showed some promise.
That leaves just one frontier to conquer: the sky. Right, the first thing to do for this mission is find out whether a CO2 canister can lift its own weight. So we've rigged this one with an electrically operated valve. So if things go a bit wayward, which they will, we can shut it off. Here goes. OK, are you ready? Ready. Get goggles on my count. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, you know, it moved. I think there was some lift. Yeah, let's assume it works. Time, I think, to move this up a gear and see if we can launch one of our trusty Brainiac mannequins up into the heavens. So, good luck. Yes, well, you know, all the best.
If one cylinder can lift its own weight and a little bit more, then 2 cylinders can lift their own weight plus 2 bits more. So each time we add another cylinder into the equation, we should be able to lift more weight. That's the theory anyway.
Now, we're not expecting much here, to be honest, but we can at least see, you know, if we get a bit of lift, that's good. Right, 3, just a bit of lift, any lift. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. Well, no, it is a tricky business, aviation.
So, 2 cylinders are not enough to lift 1 mannequin. But we're not giving up yet.
Now, listen, if the great aviators of the past hadn't persevered and stuck to their guns, we wouldn't have had Concorde. Well, we haven't, but, you know, it would never have been. So, onward and upward.
How about we try 6 cylinders, lifting little old me?
This is a 6-cylindered CO2-powered flying saucer, and it's probably the only one in the world.
We're pretty sure the more canisters you have, the more you can lift. What we're not sure about is just how many you need. Just in case 6 is the magic number and I do find myself airborne, a little protection might be prudent.
OK, stand back. 3, 2, 1. You see, I don't think we should look at that as a failure. We've already conquered land and sea, and it's good to know that space is still something for us to shoot for.
Here's one for you. Why is ice clear and snow white?
Stop! The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
This balloon contains a mixture of two gases, propane and oxygen. Attached to the outside of the balloon is a spoon to provide a spark. When the gases ignite, they expand rapidly. So rapidly that the microwave is blown apart. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to the jukebox.
So if I can crush that can with nothing more than air pressure, you both go out with me. Yeah? OK, so just need a bit of water. That. Heat it up. Like so. Wait for the steam to come out the top. And fingers crossed, I'm on a double date.
Listen, mate, I've told you, not in my pub, all right? Go on, get out of here. Come on.
Can I be phone over?
Tell you, this tin-pot science me off. Go on, get out of it.
I was just about to score!
Fiberglass is one of the toughest materials known to man. But how tough? Mannequins are made of fiberglass, so let's find out. Lead azide explosive burns at 8 miles a second and can be ignited with a small electrical charge to a detonator. There's some inside our man and a little extra by his feet. 30 grams of explosive versus 1 fiberglass dummy. Who will win? 1 moment is there, 1/100th of a second later, he's toast. In the continuing war between the elements, it's explosives 1, fiberglass dummies 0.
Dear John, since helium is lighter than air, would it cost me less to post a parcel if I were to fill it with helium balloons? Yours in the name of science, Fraser from Leicester. Well, Fraser, if it's science you're after, let's go do an experiment. Rightio, Fraser. In order to answer your question, we're going to send this pen to America in this box. But before we start, we've got to find out how much it costs to send the box to America without any helium in it. So we're off to get it weighed. Excellent.
Going down. Doors open.
What a polite lift.
Doors opening. Ground.
Hi guys, interested in sending this to America?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Excellent, thanks.
852 grams there.
£16.13.
£16.13? It's only a pen.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Right, I might have to have a bit of a think about that. One helium cylinder. One balloon. Right, always my least favourite part, for obvious reasons. 1, 2, 3. Ouch. And 4. Here's the pen. I'm going to stick that in there. We'll see how much it weighs now. Hello again. Yeah, I'm back. Can we try again, please?
Yeah,
Let's see what it says this time.
Let's go for it.
15.39. So what was it? It was 16.13 before, so that's 74p saving. Well, there you go, Fraser. There's your answer. We've saved 74p, but unfortunately we've spent about 6 times as much as that on the balloons and the helium. So I reckon it's just not worth it.
I'm Peter Logan, and this is my exploding paste. When it's wet, it's safe, but when it's dry, it's very unstable.
Logan's paste is made using iodine crystals and one other secret chemical. It's so volatile that when dry, even the movement of a small insect can detonate it. Peter Logan first made his exploding paste while at school after concocting a recipe from an old textbook. Way back then, the only use he found for it was practical jokes. Many decades later, nothing has changed. Back to our busy pub, where we're measuring exactly how attractive people become after a couple of pints. Previously, our subjects, and we hope you at home, have voted on these 4 girls. So as not to skew the results, our men have not been allowed access to the ladies while they were drinking. And neither, of course, have you. So last orders for our 2 men, it's time for them to refocus on the girls.
Now turn round and vote for a second time.
And if you're playing at home and have not already done so, please now finish your beer. And now here's your chance to see the girls for a second time. So for those playing at home, please vote now. To calculate the Brainiac Lager Arousal Index, you'll need to work out the percentage increase between the 2 scores, which you can do by subtracting the first score from the second and dividing the result by the first score and then multiplying by 100. You've had beer. That's not going to be easy. So here are our results. The average scores for each girl.
Woman A, before the beer, 8.5. After the beer, 9. Woman B, before the beer, 8.5. After the beer, 9.5. Woman C, before the beer, 7. After the beer, 8.5. Woman D, before the beer, 3.5. After the beer, 3.5.
Combining those scores reveals the astonishing truth. 2 pints of lager makes women 11% more attractive. So it's true what they say. Beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. Our quest with fat versus thin is to find out in which life-threatening situations it's better to be minor or major. We've already established that it's better to be bony if caught in a heat wave. After sitting in a room full of powerful heaters, our thin guy managed to keep his cool.
Loser!
When it came to battling a blizzard, once again, our thin guy managed to avoid most of the bad weather. But when it came to being stranded at sea, our fat guy had a huge advantage. While he floated away merrily, our thin guy couldn't do the same, and to prevent himself from sinking, had to use his arms and legs. It was one for the big guy. In this Fat v Thin, we're going to find out if it's better to be under or overweight in a Force 9 Hurricane. Will it be the portly guy with the greater surface area that struggles, or will it be the puny guy with less? Both subjects will have to walk along this line whilst being blasted by two industrial wind machines. The one that's blown off the line the most will be declared the loser. First up is our fat bloke. His first few steps are confident, but maybe too confident. Watch closely as his left foot steps briefly off the line. It's 1 point against him. The wind machines do their best, but it seems that they are no match for our fat guy's greater mass. And he completes the course with only 1 penalty point. Yeah! Now our skinny guy, can he make it to the end without being moved by the wind? Well, it's not off to a great start. After only 2 steps, he's struggling to stay upright. He has far less surface area for the wind to catch, but his 6.5 stone just isn't heavy enough. Our thin guy is really being battered by the wind and finishes the course with 5 penalty points. Which means in this Fat v Thin, it's better to be large than little. On the next Fat v Thin, is it better to be over or underweight if stuck in the North Pole in just your swimwear? Take one disused warehouse, a handful of Brainiacs, and lots of paper. Put them all together, and you have an aerodynamic testing centre. Our mission, to discover which is the largest paper plane that can actually fly. First step in the process, choosing the design. Some darts are as simple as they come, some a bit more complicated. But for the first test, they were all made out of a single sheet of A4 paper. Finding the right design means launching numerous darts, and in the true spirit of aviation, not every flight is a success. But the test flight does provide one clear winner. So, design chosen, let's do it on a bigger scale. A piece of paper 500 times the size of A4. And the test flight reveals that this one has all the aerodynamic properties of a brick. A plane of any size needs rigidity, something you progressively lose the bigger the paper gets. But what if we reduce the size of the paper by half? Will it then be better able to support its own weight? At 250 times the size of A4, this one has the wingspan to get the lift. But unfortunately, it also has the weight to get the drop. Even at that size, stability is an issue. So how about even smaller? 125 times A4. With added elevators on the wings. Well, it gets a little bit further, but at the end of it all, I think we can say we've conclusively proved that the best paper plane is indeed made out of a humble piece of A4 paper. Brainiac.
You dig?
Cheers. Leave a tooth in a glass of cola overnight and it'll dissolve. Nah. Will it? Down at the Brainiac lab, we've been knocking out teeth. One healthy molar. And one glass of the finest well-known family cola drink. No names, no lawsuits. Introduce the tooth to the drink. Stir. And leave. Next morning, has our tooth gone to the great toothy graveyard in the sky? And there it is! A little soiled perhaps, but it's still with us. A tooth will not dissolve overnight in a glass of cola. And that's another great mystery solved. Thank God for science. Still to come, fun things to do in bed.
Accrington Stanley moved to their Peel Park ground in 1876.
And the Frank Spencer of the chemistry lab, Dr. Bunhead, meddles with explosives just once too often.
Can't open this.
Give me that angle grinder over here.
And can ex-villain Dave Courtney crack one of the world's toughest safes?
Here's one for you. Why is it that shampoos come in different colours, but the lather is always white?
Need a drink? Dear, water's off. Don't waste money on expensive plumbers. Make your own. Just some hydrochloric acid. Oops. Add just the right amount of sodium hydroxide. Whoa! Steamy. Bit salty, but nice.
What's the best thing to do in bed? Yes, learn something. 8 hours in bed spent just sleeping is 8 hours wasted. Because apparently, if you listen to a tape at night, your mind can absorb the things you're hearing whilst you sleep. Well, that's what they say, anyway.
101 things to do with liquid nitrogen.
Tonight's the night for our little Brainiac. She's going to be rammed full of information and have a lovely lie down, all in the cause of science. We've made a tape for her to listen to.
This is a tape about the history of football. Accrington Stanley.
All she has to do is go to sleep. Up to now, our Brainiac doesn't know the first thing about the beautiful game, but by the end of the night, we hope she's going to be an expert.
And witness the Aggies going down 6-3 to Rochdale.
Wakey, wakey. What a night she's had while she's been dreaming the tape's been playing. But has she learned anything? Down at the lab, we're ready to give her a good pumping.
Your name, please.
Brainiac.
Your chosen specialised subject.
The history of association football, 1863 to 2003.
You have 2 minutes on the history of association football, 1863 to 2003, starting now. What is the name of the small, fat Argentinian whose hand of God knocked England out of the Mexico '86 World Cup?
Diego... someone pass.
The theory is that while you sleep, your brain still retains a level of consciousness which is enough for you to be able to soak up information if it's fed to you during the night.
Pass.
What is the name of David Beckham's French midfield teammate?
Pass.
Before last night, our Brainiac knew absolutely nothing about football.
Who is the current England captain?
Pass.
And it looks like she still doesn't.
At which ground did Chelsea play?
Pass.
What was she doing last night? It seems like we've been wasting our time. While our Brainiac should have been sleeping and learning, all she was doing was, well, just sleeping, really.
Pass.
Chelsea signed 2 Argentinians this season. I've started, so I'll finish. Chelsea signed 2 Argentinians this season, Juan Sebastian Veron and which girly-haired striker?
Alan Shearer.
Incorrect. Hernan Crespo.
So there you go. The good news is you can save your money. Don't bother with language learning tapes. The bad news, you'll have to do some studying. The best thing to do when you go to sleep? Yeah, just go to sleep.
We're the Brownlow boys. That's me, Terry, and this is my boy, Jamie. We've been dealing in safes for 28 years, and this one here is one of the best. So good, in fact, we're putting 200 big ones in it. And if you can crack our safe, the dough's yours. But don't count on getting inside too easy. It's nearly 1 ton of solid steel. The doors are 5.5 inches thick, and it's been specially designed to resist attack from torches and drills alike.
So far, our safe has really been put through its paces. It's been dropped from a great height, but neither gravity or the ground could do the job. 3 firemen with over 50 years' experience turned up the heat, but the damage was only superficial. When metal met metal at 70 miles an hour, it was the stock car that came off second best. The safe only had a few surface scratches. This time, we bring in the heavies. This is Dave Courtney and his crew. In his time, if you needed a job doing, you went to Dave. Surely he can get into our safe. From the start, they went at it hammer and tongs. Well, no tongs, actually, but just about every other device under the sun.
Babe, shine.
In true governor style, Dave directed the process from the comfort of his chair. Who said the underworld wasn't an equal opportunities employer?
I'll have a go.
Eventually, though, Dave felt the need to get his hands dirty.
Give me that angle grinder over here.
This former gangster used to do specialised debt collecting. He's a man who got his hands on the cash one way or another. But can he get his hands on the cash today? The answer? No.
Well, maybe if I had another week on it, I might, but not today, sorry. Thanks, babe.
So the safe and the 200 quid lived to see another day. Next time, our explosive experts see what they can do with a specialised piece of kit.
3, 2, 1.
On Brainiac, we've set out to prove that science can be fun.
Excellent!
But science can also be very dangerous.
That was your clothes!
Especially when it falls into the wrong hands. The hands of this man. I give you Dr. Bunhead.
They say too much of a good thing is bad for you. Take this wooden splint, for example. What about if you have too much oxygen? This is pure oxygen gas. It causes it to reignite. Not very spectacular, but what about if we take something a bit more concentrated, 1,000 times more concentrated, liquefied oxygen, or what's known in the trade as rocket fuel, a freezing cold liquid? What would happen if you were a smoker in an oxygen-rich environment? Some cigarettes soaked in liquid oxygen. You would find your cigarettes burn a good deal faster. There's the tobacco burning nicely, and the end, which is made of cotton wool. Or is it going to go? Woo! A good deal faster than the tobacco. That begs the question, what if you were a nappy-wearing smoker in an oxygen-rich environment? 5, 4, 3, 2... I think that answers the question. So what happens if you were a nappy-wearing smoker in an oxygen-rich environment, in a confined space, sleeping on a cotton mattress. That's it done. So I'm out of here. Sleep tight. Can't open this. Is it magnetic or what? I just need a blade or something just to open this. I'm not going to ignite it yet. I'm just going to get out of here. We have ignition. It should go a lot more. It should go. Jesus!
Did Bunhead survive this ghastly accident? Has he gone to that great chemistry lab in the sky? Tune in next time to find out.
Brainiac. The dog, man's best friend. Well known, of course, for his smell. That's not the aromas he creates, that's the smells he can detect, but also their sense of hearing. Thank you. Now, human beings can hear noises of up to 17,000 hertz. Dogs can detect noises of up to 100,000 hertz. Now, this is called a silent dog whistle. The theory is that human beings can't hear it. Its frequency is too high, but dogs can. Of course, if we can't hear it, how do we know it works?
To find out, we armed one Brainiac with a whistle and let him loose in the park.
The object of this exercise is to see if our canine friends really can hear a silent dog whistle. Supposedly, dogs as far away as 300 metres should be able to hear it. But if these dogs can, they just don't care. Some dogs did, however, stop and have a listen. Or was it just our Brainiac that they found disturbing? They came in all shapes and sizes, but as always, it was the small ones that were most uptight. The owner said this dog doesn't normally bark. Again, it may have been the Brainiac and not the whistle. OK, well, that experiment proved to be a little inconclusive. But what about your dogs at home? If they're outside, go bring them in now, because throughout this show, we're going to be playing high-frequency sounds that you can't hear, but your dog can. So if they start to act a little strange, you know what's doing it. Now, to make this easier, you're going to see this on the screen every time we play the sound. Now, if you haven't got a dog, don't worry, because most household pets will react to this noise, we're told. Give it a go now.
Well, there you go. It works for my dogs, but what about yours? Keep an eye out for the flashing symbol during the show.
Does people wishing you good luck actually make a difference? Or can you bring bad luck on yourself?
To find out, first I have to test my luck under normal conditions.
Right, here we go.
I've never played this machine before, so any winnings will all be thanks to Lady Luck, and nothing to do with skill.
Super pay rise, I've no idea what that does. And a turbo win. No loser's got to be good news. Gamble. Wow. So far, I've spent £15 and had a return of 13. Well, to see if there's any truth in the rumours about bad luck, I'm going to go out, tempt fate, and then come back and play this machine again and see how my luck has changed.
One mirror, 7 years bad luck. 2 mirrors, 14. It's bad luck to walk under a ladder, so it must be really bad luck to walk under 4. And as for spilling salt...
I'm not throwing that over either of my shoulders. And for good measure, here's some new shoes on the table as well.
Crossing someone on a stairwell is considered bad luck by some, as is stepping on cracks.
And now to top it off, that should do it.
Now the ultimate test. If there's any truth to superstitions, after what I've just done, luck should be very much against me, and in theory, I should lose heavily.
Fruit machines, the easiest way to spend money. I'm just gonna hold those two again. Super fast cash, we'll take that.
And now the moment of truth. On my left, the pile of winnings before I tempted fate, and on my right, the frankly quite disappointingly meagre pile of winnings after I tempted fate. So what have we learned from our highly scientific experiment today? I think we have to say, don't mess with Lady Luck.
Brainiac. Anesthesiologists, the people who make sure you don't feel anything when you have an operation, reckon they've discovered something peculiar. They reckon that the ginger-haired folk are less able to withstand pain than the rest of us. But is that true? Or are gingers just whingers? We're going to compare the pain thresholds of a redhead and a non-redhead. So let's meet our two brave contenders. Over here on my left, in the red corner, we have Ginger Jeff. Over here on my right, in the brunette corner, we have Mighty Joe Roundtree. Special moves. Gentlemen, if I can call you into the centre of the ring, please. Can we have a good, clean fight? No punching below the belt, no crying like girls, OK? Back to your corners, please. We'll have seconds out. Round one. Our fight is a 3-round contest. Whoever gives in first loses the round, starting with the very painful head rub. Because we don't want to be here all day, we've picked contenders who are guaranteed to give up easy. Everyone, however, has a unique response to pain. Something that's unbearably painful to one person might be only mildly painful to another. The experiment that was done recently at the University of Louisville, however, turned up unexpected results.
Stop it!
Round one goes to Ginger Jeff. The next round is the nipple twisting. So, seconds out, round two.
On your feet.
Stand up.
Now you're gonna get it, baby.
Who's your daddy?
You are! It hurts. Want a bit more, darling?
In the Louisville experiment, electric shocks were given to a sample of people.
Come on, dance for me.
It was found that the redheads needed 20% more anaesthetic.
That's painful. Leap up and down for me.
Than the brunettes, in order to cope with the pain. But why would gingers feel more pain than everyone else? The second round goes again to the redhead corner and Ginger Jeff. Right, the third and final round is the wedgie. Seconds out, round three.
Turn around.
Scientists believe that the answer involves melanin, the pigment that influences skin and hair colour. In redheads, the hormone that produces melanin is faulty, and it's believed to interfere with the parts of the brain that sense pain, making ginger nuts more sensitive.
All right, back off, get off. Yeah.
But not, it seems, in this case. The unanimous winner, undefeated in all 3 rounds, Ginger Jeff! Amazing! So, gingers of the world, you have nothing to fear. It's the brunettes who feel pain like big girlies. Sports drinks. Now, apparently we're told that these things rehydrate your body faster than ordinary drinks. OK, well, if they get into your body faster, does that mean they can, you know, get out of your body faster? In a race to the loo, will sports drinks leave those ordinary out-of-shape drinks standing? 3 bladders, 3 genuine members of the public, 3 pints, lager, water and a leading sports drink. Once they're in, which will come out first?
On your marks, get set. Drink.
And they're off. The drinks will all go down at the same speed. But then what? While lager passes through the body, it also takes water from your blood on the way. How quickly will it all get to the other end? Our body is 90% water. Will this little extra prove surplus to requirements and open the floodgates? Sports energy drinks replace fluids lost by sweat. So will there be anything left to come out? Later in the show, do job seekers perform better if they're interviewed by naked people?
Could probably start with the school.
And after last orders, is more lager really the answer to cool the afterburn of a spicy kebab?
If your dog's been behaving stranger than normal during the show, that's because every time this comes on the screen, it's sending out a high-pitched frequency. Thank you. That you can't hear, but dogs and other household pets can. So if your dog's not in there watching right now, we're doing it throughout the show, so get it in and we'll see what happens.
Still to come, we play with fire to find out which flame is the fastest. And we do more stupid things with a microwave. First, though, we're testing to see which drink travels fastest along 8 yards of intestine. 3 people, they've drunk 3 pints, water, lager and a sports drink. And now we wait. It's been an hour and we're expecting a result any time now. A train journey always makes you want to wee, so we're recreating that effect to move things along. A little visual and oral stimulation should help too. And a little musical inspiration. It doesn't take long. Our 3 guinea pigs will have to go immediately after each other so we can make a valid comparison between the 3 drinks. All our subjects were empty at the start of the experiment, and the one who can now provide the largest sample has the drink that has travelled the fastest. A few moments of careful analysis will then produce the verdict.
We have the results. In third place, sports drink with 250 millilitres. In second place was water with 290 millilitres. And our winner was lager with 680 millilitres. Congratulations.
So, a shock result. Sports drinks may be fastest into your body, but lager is the fastest out.
You're watching Brainiac.
And my name is Patrick Mower. I'm one of the butch members of the cast.
Which flame burns the fastest? We've laid out 3 30-metre tracks of guttering and put big explosives at the end to try to find out. Each track will be filled with a different flammable liquid and then ignited, which is great for us because Brainiacs by nature love playing with fire and making things go bang. The first liquid to be tested is white spirits. Once the flame reaches the end of the track, it will ignite a fuse, which will in turn set off a big explosion. At that point, we'll stop the clock. So, to become Brainiac's fastest flame, 1 minute 52.17 seconds is the time to beat. Now, who hasn't tried one of these? A flaming sambuca. Admittedly, it's not normally served in a 30-metre length of guttering, but we've thrown in the coffee beans for authenticity anyway. Sambuca, of course, is often used by show-off bartenders who pour it along the bar and then set fire to it in order to impress the girls. Today, though, it's purely scientific. Mind you, burning rather than drinking the sambuca was a difficult decision to make for our Brainiacs. Sambuca sets a blistering pace of 1 minute 30.8 seconds. Our third and final flame is petrol, the one the smart money is on. Used to power vehicles the world over, created for its ability to combust. Yes, you can see the difference. The petrol is just racing away down the 30-metre track, easily burning off the competition. And in fact, an absolute no contest. So, racing to a big finish. At 19 seconds, petrol officially the fastest flame.
Here's one for you. If identical twin brothers married identical twin sisters, would their children be identical?
We tried putting steel wool in a microwave. It was interesting, but it didn't really have that factor. So how about an extra ingredient? Liquid oxygen.
Stop! The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
Liquid oxygen is used as rocket fuel. The microwaves make the steel wool fizzle and burn, and the oxygen ignites. It's highly volatile, and when the heat builds, it explodes. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to a bar brawl.
Honestly, you're going to be really amazed. I can stub that fag out on that money without burning it. Just need something to conduct the heat away. I'll use 50p, and watch this. You're not really very impressed, are you? All right, what about...
Listen, mate, I told you, not in my pub, all right? Go on, get out of it. 10 pot science. Go on, get out of it.
Finish me pint!
Psychology, biology, physiology, oleology. We at Brainiac don't believe in any of that nonsense. We believe in real science, science that matters, like the science of kebabology.
One tasty doner. Perfect Friday night nourishment. But after a couple of beers, you always ask for too much spicy sauce. So the big question, once you've eaten it, which drink is best to cool your mouth? 3 cool liquids: milk, lager and water, and 9 Brainiacs. Well, 8.5, willing to sacrifice the lining of their mouths. First, those kebabs. To this already spicy snack, we add one further ingredient. Hot chili sauce. Very hot. It's made from the habanero pepper and is the spiciest sauce that can be bought on the open market. The Scoville unit measures the relative hotness of spicy food. This sauce has a rating of 250,000, and our Brainiacs now have to eat it.
Please pick up your kebab. Now please bite your kebab.
That's hot.
Chili contains an alkaloid called capsaicin, which attacks the nerves on the tongue. It binds itself onto the taste buds and thereby causes the pain you feel. It also gives the sensation of heat. It's important not to rush this stage. We must allow the kebab the time it needs to do its work.
Please score 8 out of 10.
The Brainiacs now have to score the kebab on the pain it's caused.
It's still stinging me, so I'm going to go for a 10.
My lips are still throbbing, so I think I give it a good 8.
8 in my mouth, 9 on my face.
That's a 10 for me, definitely.
I'd say 9.
Now for the relief. Each team of 3 gets a different liquid to drink to neutralise the pain.
Please pick up your drink. Please drink.
Water is many people's liquid of choice. Its very blandness should work to its advantage by massaging the aching taste buds in its neutral flavour. Many adherents of the kebab diet swear by lager. Alcohol, of course, can dull feelings of pain, as any medieval surgeon will tell you. The bookie's favourite, though, is milk. Capsaicin is soluble in fats, and as such, milk should be particularly good at loosening the bonds that tie the chili to the tongue.
Please score the pain you feel now out of 10.
On the outside, got my lips. It's quite soothing. Okay.
Still feel that.
Yeah.
Well, I think lager's your friend, and although it cooled me down, my lips are still burning.
And here's the verdict.
The result. The best drink to have after a kebab is milk.
All of which leaves the Brainiacs with one more fairly urgent experiment. How to deal with the effect of cheapo kebabs on the digestive system.
Brainiac.
I'm Peter Logan, and this is my exploding paste. When it's wet, it's safe, but when it's dry, it's very unstable.
Logan's paste is made using iodine crystals and one other secret chemical. It's so volatile that when dry, even the movement of a small insect can detonate it. Peter Logan first made his exploding paste while at school after concocting a recipe from an old textbook. Way back then, the only use he found for it was practical jokes. Many decades later, nothing has changed.
Dear John, I'm quite sceptical about this, but I've heard it several times. I've even heard Richard Madeley quote it on the telly. The fact states that if you go to the bottom of a well during the day and look up, you can see the stars. Is it true? Cheers, Emma from Norwich. Well, Emma, let's go and see what we can find out. Right then, Emma. Getting to the bottom of a well was just too difficult and dangerous for a big scaredy cat like me. You need breathing apparatus, safety equipment, couldn't be doing with it. So we got the next best thing, a 30-metre high disused chimney. There's just one small problem. The chimney's all blocked up. It hasn't been used for the best part of 30 years. So if I'm going to get in there and have a look up the top, we've got to clear some of this muck out. I don't know, the lengths I go to sometimes, might as well get a kitchen roll tube and look through that. Right then, reckon that'll do us? I'm going to take this little baby in there and see what we can see. Oh, balls. Here we go. Let's see what we can see. Oh, dear me. Just as I suspected, you can't see a thing. Clear blue sky, not a dicky bird, not a star in the sky. Well, there you go, Emma. Conclusive proof. You can't see stars at the bottom of the well or a tall chimney.
v thin is a physiological quest to determine whether it's better to be under or overweight when nature throws its elements at you. We've discovered it's better to be overweight if stranded in the sea, as big equals buoyant. But it's better to be bony in a blizzard, as our thin guy stayed the driest. When it comes to handling the heat, our thin guy kept his cool. Yay! But was bowled over by the breeze, as we discovered mass matters in a full-force gale. Yeah! In this Fat v Thin, we're going to find out if it's better to be under or overweight if stranded on the North Pole in just your swimwear. The room they'll be sitting in is maintained at a constant 0 degrees Celsius. Both subjects had a body temperature of 36.9 before entering the test area. The first subject's body temperature to drop by 3 degrees will be declared the loser. Their progress will be displayed on a digital readout. While the fat man has more insulation to protect him, he's less fit than the thin guy, who might be better able to regulate his body temperature. We'll return later in the show to see who's hot and who's not. People say that science and art don't mix. We disagree. We think we can make great modern art, industrial amounts, enough to flog for huge sums to fund our lager habit. Leonardo took 4 years to paint the Sistine Chapel, but we haven't got that kind of time. On Brainiac, art is delivered by an air mortar at 80 miles an hour. All good Brainiacs know how to fill a condom. Little bombs of paint. We like to leave our personal mark on our work. So how does it look? Well, like all modern art, crap. But I think we can safely say the biggest Jackson Pollocks are on Brainiac. Jeremy Brown works 9 to 5 at Brownlow and Jones. He gets 4 weeks holiday, as much stationery as he can nick, and he's bored out of his brain.
Good afternoon, help desk.
He'd like to tell his boss to take his rotten job and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. But he's desperate to get a mortgage so he can stop living with his parents. So he can't. That's why Jeremy's going for an interview for a new job.
And that's where we come in, because we're going to give Jeremy some help, a bit of interview practice. And at the same time, he's going to help us with an experiment. Like a lot of people, Jeremy suffers from nerves during interviews, and bad nerves spoil his performance. Now, a lot of people reckon that a good trick to help calm yourself in that situation is to imagine the interviewer naked, and that helps make you less nervous. Well, let's not imagine it. Let's do it.
You dig?
Here they are, the panel he has to face. First, they're going to interview Jeremy fully clothed. Then, they're going to get their kit off. They're going to give him a score on how well he does each time, and we'll see if he managed to perform better the second time when they're less dressed.
OK. They're ready for you.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Take a seat there, some of my colleagues.
We're also wiring Jeremy up to a heart monitor to get a reading for each part of the interview. So, best of luck, Jeremy.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Brown.
Well, where would you like me to start? I could probably start with school, or... OK. Right.
The thinking behind this theory is that if you can imagine your interviewees naked, then you'll feel that they are more human, as vulnerable as you feel, and therefore that you have nothing to fear from them. It's like if they've got everything on show, they're hardly likely to have a pop at you.
One of my jobs was to source a below-the-line marketing agency for one of their summer campaigns. So
far, Jeremy's heart rate is quite high. He's usually 60, but already he's scaling 98. The nerves are starting to show.
And what sort of salary are you expecting?
I feel as though, my time in the industry has warranted a pay rise. So, you know, I feel that I could be earning something like £21,000.
Well, the panel don't seem to be too impressed so far.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown. Thanks very much. If you'd just like to go outside and we'll be with you in a little while.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Jeremy's heart rate averaged around 88 beats per minute over that part. But how do the interviewers rate his performance?
I didn't get the feeling that there's that sort of indication of responsibility.
We want the man to do the job. I mean, is he the man? Is he a person who can't settle down, you know, and get on with the job?
I did feel that, yeah.
So it's not looking good for Jeremy. But how well will he do in the second half of the interview? Now the clothes are coming off. Will he be less tongue-tied when he gets an eyeful of this lot? Also to come, fat or thin, which is it best to be if you're stranded at the North Pole? And it's claimed that these things are all indestructible. But are they? But first, Jeremy Brown is having a job interview. He's also testing out a theory for us, that you'll be less nervous and perform better in an interview if you can imagine your interviewers have less clothes on. So far, they've been fully dressed, but for the second part, they're going to interview him in their pants. The panel are ready, so how well will Jeremy do now?
OK. They're ready for you again, sir.
It's important that we get an accurate heart reading for Jeremy at the start of this part of the interview, so we haven't pre-warned him that his interviewers are now disrobed.
Oh, Mr. Brown, would you like to take a seat again there, please?
Yes.
Well, not bad so far. Jeremy seems to be taking this new situation in his stride. However, when his mouth opens, it all starts to unravel.
So, Mr. Brown, how do you get the best out of people?
How do I get the best out of people? How do I get the best out of people? Right, yeah, in what situation? In a work situation?
Jeremy's heart rate also tells the story. He must calm down soon, or there could be a fatality.
Yeah, I've got to obviously take each individual as their own, and you've got to sort of...
It's not looking good for our theory.
Yeah, recently, I mean...
It seems that instead of making him more relaxed, he's actually finding it harder to concentrate with so much flesh around.
A bit better.
The mouth opens, but the brain fails to engage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind that at all.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Would you mind filling in a health form?
Yeah, not at all.
Jeremy should now be feeling empowered, confident and capable. Instead, he appears to have turned into a gibbering mess.
Here.
He doesn't know where to put himself.
Nice if you could just fill the details.
And how much notice would you need to give your present employer if you were offered the position?
Well, contractually, it's 1 month, but obviously that is negotiable if I get offered the job.
Ah, that's very good, very good. Well, thank you very much for coming in, Mr. Brown.
Well, thank you very much for seeing me.
Appreciated it.
Thank you very much for seeing me, yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Cheers, hopefully speak to you soon.
Bye. Lovely. Bye.
It's all over. Our readings show that when the interviewers had their kit off, Jeremy's average heart rate was 27% higher than when they were clothed. He also visibly struggled more with bare bodies in front of him.
Okay.
So did the panel think he should get the job?
They're ready for you now.
Time to give him the bad news.
Oh, Mr. Brown, would you take a seat again?
Thank you very much.
Well, after a quite extensive interview, I have to say that the first part of the interview we scored you 5 out of 10.
Right.
And the second part was 3 out of 10.
Right.
So unfortunately, we won't be able to progress your application further. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, thank you very much for seeing me.
Another theory bites the dust.
Nah, didn't get it.
Naked or clothed, if you're rubbish at being interviewed, you'll always be rubbish. Back to the day job, Jeremy. You loser. Is it better to be fat or thin at the North Pole? To find out, this experiment has been performed under strictly controlled conditions, with the temperature constantly maintained at freezing point. Before the start of this experiment, our two subjects had body temperatures of 36.9. The first person to drop 3 degrees and fall below 34 will be declared the loser. After 25 minutes of chilling out, our 6.5 stone thin guy is really starting to struggle, while our 22 stone fat guy has hardly felt a thing. Thin guy's puny body is frantically trying to raise its temperature by shivering. But it's too little too late, so in this fat v thin, it's better to be porky than puny.
We're the Brownlow boys. That's me, Terry, and this is my boy, Jamie. We've been dealing in safes for 28 years, and this one here is one of the best. So good, in fact, we're putting 200 big ones in it. And if you can crack our safe, the dough's yours. But don't count on getting inside too easy. It's nearly 1 ton of solid steel. The doors are 5.5 inches thick, and it's been specially designed to resist attack from torches and drills alike.
Our safe started out looking pretty sharp, but all the efforts to get into it have begun to take their toll. This drop hardly made a dent. Fire, petrol-powered angle grinders and sledgehammers roughed it up, but only a little. 2 stock cars had a go at it, but the only damage was cosmetic. Not so for one of the cars. The engine was a complete write-off. Former Specialised debt collector Dave Courtney and his crew had a go, using their tools of the trade. But again, the cash remained securely locked away. This time, it's the turn of our explosives experts.
Today we're going to try and blow a hole through this safe using some of this stuff. This is primer cord. It's got some high explosive compound called pentaerythrotetranitrate. Burns at 17.5 kilometres a second. Pretty fast stuff, and we're going to try and attach it to this safe now.
The explosive needs to be wired and rigged up to an ignition system. This enables it to be detonated from a safe distance. The bomb goes on to the weakest part of the safe, the combination lock. The big question is, will something that burns at 17.5 kilometres a second be able to do any damage to the safe?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, you can see where it's actually pulled off the aluminium coating here, and this has just burnt us away, but we're going to need something an awful lot more powerful to get through this 4-inch thick steel here.
So far then, the safe has lived up to its name. But next time, will this Challenger 2 tank, armed with a high explosive squash head shell, finally be able to crack it open?
If you've noticed your dog or cat's ears pricking up more than usual during the show, that's because of our Brainiac experiment.
Every time this symbol appeared, we've been playing a high-frequency sound that only they can hear. So if your pet reacted, we'd like to know. Do drop us a line at info@brainiac.co.uk. That's info@brainiac.co.uk. However, if your cat or dog has crapped on your brand new sofa, it really wasn't our fault.
Oh, hangover. These will do. Relieves acid indigestion. Yeah, but why do they make me fight? That's why they make me fight.
From appearances, these two glasses are the same. They're both transparent, they're both lightweight. But look what happens when I drop them. The glass on my right is unbreakable. The glass on my left was very breakable indeed. Most products that are claimed to be unbreakable are made of durable plastics like polycarbonate or super tough metals like titanium. And the reason those materials are so tough is down to their chemical bonds. Their atoms are very difficult to separate, and that makes them extremely tough and difficult to break. Now, here we have a selection of objects that are claimed to be unbreakable in normal, everyday use. So we've arranged a little test to find out just how unbreakable they really are. OK, let them loose!
So that's the first test out of the way. Time to see what damage our deranged brainiacs have done to our so-called unbreakable items.
That's had it. That's OK. No, that's all right. Right then. Well, we'll single out a few of these items for some special treatment. Westlife's Unbreakable. I wonder. Think not. This is science. Now. Didn't break. That's no good at all.
So, what to do with what's left?
These items live up to their unbreakable name. But now, for the ultimate challenge, we really are going to sort the men from the boys.
The plan is to place our surviving unbreakables in the caravan with 2 meteorological balloons filled with a mix of oxygen and propane. It's best to add those later. When ignited, the blast will be massive due to the rapid expansion of the 2 gases, but there won't be a lot of fire. This will enable us to cleanly examine our objects after the explosion.
That is a military-spec Kevlar helmet. It'll protect the head from a high-velocity rifle round. It's pretty tough. That is a stab and bulletproof vest. It can withstand a point-blank shot from a .357 Magnum or a shotgun. Tough stuff. But is it unbreakable?
Well, we're about to find out as we carefully place our mannequin in the caravan, along with our 2 fully fueled weather balloons. Now, whatever you do, don't blink or you'll miss it. That's what happens when oxygen and propane rapidly expand. The gas has to go somewhere. And as you can see, the caravan goes everywhere.
Right, let's go and see what's left. The caravan's not unbreakable anyway. I'm just looking for bits. Right, let's have a look at our fella in his protective kit. It's rather gruesome. Up you get. How are you doing? Now, stab-proof vest. Seems to have held up surprisingly well, and the Kevlar helmet, you know, it's not as bad as it looks. I think he might just pull through. Tin plates, they're all right. Oh, look at that. They're bent. That's intact. Right then, out of everything we tested, these are the survivors. I mean, some of them a bit battered and bent, but, you know, still serviceable. And these glasses, well, they're incredible. Time they were upgraded, in fact, from unbreakable to, I think, truly indestructible.
So there you have it. Not everything in life does what it says on the tin. But then it's not every day someone tries to blow it to bits. So, in Brainiac tradition, let's start things off with a bang by creating a bubble bath with a difference. 1 kiddie's paddling pool. Fill it up. And add just a little washing up liquid. And then the secret ingredient, hydrogen, and lots of it. Millions of bubbles full of explosive gas. Combined, they make one big hydrogen bomb. Light the fuse and leg it. The bubbles explode in the twinkling of an eye, leaving a gently deflating pool of water. Certainly could make bath time more interesting.
Brainiac.
The internet, 95% of it is rubbish. But if you are brave enough to surf through all the garbage, you can come up with some real gems. For instance, I have here plans downloaded from the internet that claim you can build using easily obtained items a fully functioning personal hovercraft. Blimey! We've got to give that a go.
Brainiac.
Our Brainiacs have been out shopping for the easily obtainable materials, so let's check we've got everything, OK? We need one electric leaf blower, very nice, 12 feet of foam pipe insulation, and one sheet of heavy plastic. Very good. You've got the contact cement and the staple gun, electric drill, electric saw, and a sheet of plywood. We've got the lot. Let's see if this thing works.
First job is to cut the plywood into a circle using the electric saw.
Right, that's the board cut out. Now then.
The foam insulation will act as a bumper bar should we crash. Make an airtight bag by stapling the plastic sheet to the board and cutting a hole large enough to fit in the leaf blower. We're having to reinforce the centre to keep the plastic anchored to the board, and we're cutting circles into the bag so it doesn't explode.
OK, we've got the plate for the centre. If we put that on, this basically holds it down so that the bag will sort of balloon out round it.
Now, this thing should work by the leaf blower inflating the plastic, which in turn pushes against the floor to provide a ground-hugging skirt, which, in theory, should lift the entire hovercraft off the ground.
Excellent. It is built. Let's get it off the stand and we want to see if it works.
Now, our creation isn't going to work on gravel, so we're putting down tarpaulin to make a smoother test track.
We're putting water down on the surface because that'll actually help reduce the friction, which will be good. And then it's time for the first flight. Oh, looks fabulous.
Obviously, introducing electricity near water wasn't our greatest move, but in the interest of answering the big science questions, we had to do it.
Stand well back. I don't know if there's a particular technique to this. You ready? I'm hovering. Well, it hovers, but there's no means of propulsion, no way of pushing the thing along. So, what about our old friend CO2? Right, let me talk you through the modifications we've now made to my machine. We've got the leaf blower, that's going to give us the hover as before, but now we've added this CO2 canister with the nozzle there. So when I fire this, it's going to be a rocket-propelled hovercraft, or just a big crash. So there you go. You really can build yourself a hovercraft using instructions off the internet. Just don't expect to cross the channel on it, eh?
Here's one for you. Are zebras black with white stripes or white with black stripes?
Ever find yourself thinking about someone, and then amazingly, only a few moments later, the phone rings, and it's that exact same person? Nah, me neither. But it happens to some people, and they reckon it's down to ESP, extrasensory perception. Psychics say that we are all in some way spiritually connected, and that we should all be able to read each other's minds. Well, we at Brainiac will not shirk in examining even the flakiest of scientific notions. So now we put ESP to the test.
A pair of twins and 6 numbered paintball guns. It's believed that ESP is strongest in twins because they come from the same single egg. So if mind reading does work, these guys should be able to do it.
Okay.
Well, let's see. The guns are all loaded. Brother One will now take the paint bullets out of one of them and throw them away. His brother must obviously not see which one is chosen, and it's also important that no one else does either. We can only cope with one lot of ESP flying around. Brother One has chosen his gun and disables it. He's now led away to a separate area to get changed. Brother Two now gets some time alone with the guns. At this point, he can try and pick up some psychic vibes, some kind of cosmic hint as to which gun is the empty one. He needs maximum concentration.
Time's up.
Time.
We're ready for the shoot-off. The first brother is changed. He's now wearing his best suit. It's the suit he got married in, and he's very fond of it. The second brother stands by. He now has to choose a gun to fire at his twin. Brother One tries to send thought waves across to his twin to tell him which gun is empty. He's thinking hard of the number of the unloaded one. Brother Two tries to pick up that number. He wants to choose the unloaded gun and save his brother's favourite suit. ESP is said to work best in moments of surprise or pain. Both could be flying around here.
Okay.
It looks like he's ready. He's only got one go at this. So, ESP, real or rubbish? Ah, well, that's that then. So much for ESP. Into the box marked superstitious rubbish.
Hello, I'm Penny Smith. You're watching Brainiac. Nice balloons.
Here on Brainiac, we believe in asking the really important questions. Like, which roll of tape in your kitchen drawer is the stickiest?
We're putting 3 tapes to the test today: masking tape, clear sticky tape, and parcel tape. Our method is simple. Take one specially built table and one Brainiac. Take 2 rolls of tape and affix Brainiac to table. Each roll is 66 metres long by 5 centimetres wide, which gives us a total sticky area of 3,300 square centimetres per roll, roughly the area of 10 full-size snooker tables. Masking tape is the cheapest of our sticky rolls, providing us with 27.3 square centimetres per penny, in case you were wondering. With both rolls applied, it's time to turn the table on our Brainiac. Now he is hanging face down, supported by nothing more than our 2 rolls of masking tape. We're timing to see how long the tape can hold our Brainiac in place. We didn't have to wait too long for our masking tape. It lasted 1 minute, 31 seconds. We'll be back later in the show to see which of the other 2 tapes will make our Brainiac the most stuck up. Gardening. What a load of old gimmicks. But then again, I suppose someone's got to do it. Our Brainiac's down at the genetically modified Brainiac garden, tending to the plants. But already he's fed up with all that digging, weeding and watering. But the most boring part has to be muck spreading. Looks like he's hatched a plan. 2 bags of the finest cow poo. Add 1 stick of trinitrotoluene, that's TNT to you and me. Consisting of carbon, oxygen and nitrogen, TNT is so chemically unstable that just 1 gram of the stuff can produce 1 litre of explosive gas. It's normally used to blast coal faces or by well-financed terrorists. But in the hands of a brainiac, it's a DIY muck spreader. So there you have it, muck spreading the lazy man's way. Still to come, can a water cooler get done for speeding? We continue our quest to find the stickiest tape. Brainiac boffin John Tickle sheds pounds for scientific research.
Wow, that's a massive 5.1 grams. Excellent work for 5 minutes. What's next?
And safe cracking courtesy of our good friends, the British Army. Throughout the series, the Brainiacs have on numerous occasions bravely put their bodies on the line in the search for scientific facts. Now, once again, we need the use of their flab to find out once and for all which type of bomb makes the biggest splash. This is the specialised Brainiac bombing crew, a group of Brainiacs who are prepared to risk their bodies in search of scientific truths. Today, they'll be bombing from a 5-metre platform in an effort to establish which type of bomb makes the biggest splash. The first bomb we'll be testing is the standard bomb. Both knees should be pulled up towards the chest to make the body as compact as possible, therefore concentrating all of the body mass onto the smallest area. The second bomb we'll be looking at is the knee drop, where only 1 knee is pulled to the chest, with the other remaining in the drop position. Adopting this technique means greater splash height, but less water displacement. Now, the selection process for the Brainiac bombing squad really wasn't too difficult. All they had to do was say they were up for it. But as the experiment progressed, it appeared some of our bombing experts could talk the talk, but not walk the walk. In fact, not once did these two actually manage to make a bomb. All they really succeeded in doing was showing us how it should not be done. After the dropping of many bombs, we managed to establish a few things. The object was to determine which bomb made the biggest splash, but that all depends on how you define biggest. If it's displacing the most water that you're after, then the classic bomb is the one to drop. It moves a lot of water, but doesn't get a lot of height. We've awarded the bog standard bomb a splash rating of 7.5. If, though, you define big as being high, then without doubt the knee drop will do the job. It just requires the right technique. Arch the back just before entry for maximum splash height. We've awarded the knee drop a massive Brainiac bomb rating of 9. The final thing we learned was that if you want to look like a big girl's blouse on TV, then this is all you have to do. Not what you'd call top bombing. Brainiac. It's a fun day out for our littlest Brainiac. He's barely 5 feet tall. Oh dear, he wants to go on this ride, but there's a height restriction, so he's not allowed on. He's not far off, only a few centimetres too small. I wonder, can we stretch him and get him on the ride? Down at the lab, we get an exact measurement. From head to toe, he's 153 centimetres. Time for bed for our guinea pig. We're going to leave him in the lab to get a good night's sleep. Scientists reckon that we shrink during the day due to gravity compacting the spine. Will our Brainiac grow in all the right places during the night? Well, let's see. Wakey, wakey, time for your morning stretch. We'll soon get you longer. Easy does it now. Don't want to tear him. OK, let's measure him again. Has our Brainiac grown? Well, look at that. We've added 4 centimetres to his little body. Now he can go on that ride. No problems with the height restriction now. Enjoy it while it lasts, big fella. You'll be tiny again by tea time. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to getting off with the landlord's daughter.
What about if I boil water in a £20 note? Will you be impressed then? I need to make a little water trough, hold the corners in place with paper clips, like so. Now we have a water trough. All I need is some water to put into the trough. Some water, and there we go. Oh, I'll do it again, hang on. Now, will you verify it is boiling there?
No, it's boiling and steaming.
Definitely boiling and steaming. Can we replace this man's money?
Listen, mate, I've told you, not in my pub, all right? Go on, get out of here. I tell you, this tin-pot science me off. Go on, get out of it.
Dear John, David Blaine managed to lose 4 stone by living in a box for 44 days. How much weight do you reckon you could lose in just 4 hours? Lots of love, Jane from Dundee. And I see you've put some kisses down here, Jane, but no telephone number, unfortunately. Well, it's a very good question.
Hello there. I'm here for the intensive weight loss programme.
That's fine. Just go up those stairs and wait upstairs. Somebody will be with you.
Lovely,
in 2
thank you.
minutes, okay?
First things first, I'd better find out how much I weigh before I start the weight loss programme. Right then, the moment of truth. Just shy of 85 kilos. I could probably do with some of these treatments, really. First up in the weight loss programme is getting rid of some of my unsightly and unwanted bodily hair. The time starts now.
Good morning. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
Just a little worried, that's all.
No, don't worry.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
It's not that bad. You got a good skin.
Ooh, fantastic.
Well, that's it. The worst of it's over. We've done 12 of these strips, and each one contains about 4 grams of hair. So it's about 50 grams in all, but with 25 minutes on the clock, I'm only losing about 2 grams a minute at the moment. I think we're going to have to try something else. Every year, we lose between 30 and 40,000 microscopic skin cells from our body. That equates to about 4 kilograms of dead skin a year, or 11 grams a day. So hopefully, with this exfoliation treatment, I'll be losing a little more weight.
It's a bit ticklish, huh?
Yeah, a little bit ticklish, yeah.
Do you do exercise?
No, none at all. Don't believe in it. Exercise is bad. It can only make you ill and out of breath and tired.
Nice.
Far better just to sit on the sofa from the word go, and then you never work up a sweat. Also, it's my careful diet of pizza and burgers
Oh my God.
and sandwiches and Chinese. Fast food, plenty of beer, and not enough sleep. That's how I keep in shape. It's the body wrap next. The body wrap is good for losing body fat, getting rid of toxins, getting rid of that cellulite we all hate on our thighs and hips, ladies, don't we? So, Emma, it's up to you and your fantastic hands. What's next?
1, 2, 3. Here you go.
And now for the really hard part of the treatment. Whilst the body wrap does its work, I have to lie here and do absolutely nothing for a whole glorious hour. We're just over 90 minutes into my course of treatment, so let's go and see how much weight I've lost. Hey, fantastic. Just around 84 kilos, slightly less. Over 50% of my body mass is made up of water. So that's 40 kilograms of water that we've got to play with. Many boxers and jockeys dehydrate themselves in saunas. Let's see how effective that technique is for me. Phew, hot work. Well, I feel like I've sweated buckets, but the real proof will come when I step on those scales. And the scores and the doors are just over 83.5 kilos. So I've lost, not very much in the sauna, about 300 grams. With the exception of the soles of the feet and the palms of the hand, the human skin is covered with hairs. The scalp alone has over 100,000 of them. It's all got to add up, so a number 1 all over, please. OK then, let's find out how much weight I've lost just by having my hair cut. Wow, that's a massive 5.1 grams. Excellent work for 5 minutes. What's next? 3:49 on the clock. There's only 11 minutes to go before our 4 hours are up. I can go all out now. Every little bit will help. So I'm going to get my toenails clipped. This feels very unnatural. My beard shaved off. And I'm even going to have my nostril hair trimmed. About 4 minutes to go, so I've got one more stop to make. Ooh, less than a minute to go. I'd better use the time wisely. Right, that's that gone.
And the grand total is just under 83 kilos. So there you go, Jane. I've lost 2 kilos or thereabouts in under 4 hours. The bad news is I'm going to put all of that weight back on when I have a couple of pints in the pub, which I might as well go and do now.
Brainiac.
Newton's third law of motion is an old Brainiac favourite. It's the for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction routine. It's a theory we've put to the test several times before, and it was the inspiration behind turning an office water cooler bottle into a rocket.
John Tickle borrowed a bottle and made a couple of minor modifications. Now, when air is pumped into the bottle, the pressure builds and builds until the bottle can no longer hold its contents, and at this point, the water is forced out, turning the humble bottle into a glorious rocket.
Excellent! We liked that experiment so much, we thought we'd see what happens if you use the same principle to power a craft along the ground.
For this experiment, we've inserted an elbow-bend pipe, so the only way for the CO2 to escape will be by forcing the water out through the neck of the bottle at high speed. This force should propel the bottle along the track. Well, at least we know it works. So in true Formula One style, a quick pit stop and a new set of wheels is in order. Hopefully, with the changes in place, a greater distance will be achieved. So, some success. Next plan of attack is to try some sturdier but heavier wheels to help with the direction. The only problem is, the more weight we add, the less distance it'll travel. Now the big question, will the new wheels carry the rocket straighter and therefore further? Well, it did go straighter, but it also went a lot slower. So what about putting in a JBD, a jet blast deflector? They're the things aircraft carriers have to protect personnel and craft from the blast. Not only do they look cool, but it might just help us with our thrust. Well, if it did make a difference, it was marginal, but every little bit helps. So for our final attempt, we've decided to do all we can to lessen the weight. We removed the big wheels, the axles and the casters, and screwed the lighter wheels straight onto the frame. No chance of us getting stopped for speeding, but we've certainly given a new meaning to drink driving.
I'm Peter Logan, and this is my exploding paste. When it's wet, it's safe, but when it's dry, it's very unstable.
Logan's paste is made using iodine crystals and one other secret chemical. It's so volatile that when dry, even the movement of a small insect can detonate it. Peter Logan first made his exploding paste while at school after concocting a recipe from an old textbook. Way back then, the only use he found for it was practical jokes. Many decades later, nothing has changed. In this Brainiac experiment, we're determining which commonly used household tape is the stickiest. We've already tested masking tape by attaching our Brainiac to this specially built table, using just 2 rolls of tape. He hung there for 1 minute and 31 seconds. Now we're going to try some clear sticky tape, and because they are half the width of the other tapes, we're using twice the number of rolls, so that the surface area used is exactly the same. By the way, this stuff is the most expensive of the 3, giving us only 7.9 square centimetres per penny, compared with masking tape's bargain basement price of 27.3 pence per square centimetre. Some blokes fly all the way to Bangkok to experience this. Our Brainiac doesn't know how lucky he is, and it's all in the name of science. With all the tape applied, it was time to flip him over and start the clock. So far, so good, and the most expensive stuff seems to be doing a good job of holding our Brainiac to the board. 1:31 is the time to beat, and already the clear sticky tape has passed that, coming up to the 2-minute mark. It's an outstanding effort by the clear sticky tape, but the strain is starting to show. Not on our Brainiac. He looks quite relaxed. Well, he did. 2:33 the time, 61 seconds longer than the masking tape. Definitely stickier, but also more expensive. 2 down, 1 to go. Will parcel tape be able to hang on longer? We'll find out later in the show. Over this series of Brainiac, we've been asking if it's better to be fat or thin in various life-threatening situations. We've discovered that if you're stranded at sea, it's better to be big, as the fatter you are, the more you float. However, if you're caught in a blizzard with a cheap umbrella, you stand a better chance of protecting yourself against the elements if you're thin. When it came to handling the heat, once again our thin guy managed to keep his cool while surrounded by 5 very powerful heaters. He may have been able to handle the heat, but he couldn't handle the breeze. In hurricane conditions, it was the big guy that came out on top. Yeah! So what about being stranded on the North Pole in just your swimwear? Our guys sat in a chill room maintained at a constant 0 degrees Celsius. The first person's body temperature to fall below 34 was declared the loser. And it was our fat guy that triumphed easily. On this Fat v Thin, is it better to be an under or overweight victim of an earthquake? For this experiment, we've set up an earthquake simulation testing zone, complete with an earthquake simulator. To stop the subjects from using their arms for balance, they've been given a cup of tea to consume. First up, our 6.5 stone weakling. The clock will stop running when each subject has either had enough or fallen off. Whoever can stay on the simulator the longest will be declared the winner. Our thin guy managed a time of 42 seconds and had a maximum seismic experience of 49, which works out as about 6.2 on the Richter scale. Now our man Mountain, weighing in at 22 stone. A huge effort from our fat guy, maxing out with a seismic experience of 65. That's about 8.4 on the Richter scale and lasting for a time of 47 seconds. This time on Fat v Thin, it's better to be weighty than weedy. Yeah! Still to come. Does high-performance equipment result in a high-performance performance?
Come on, come on, come on, come on!
The search goes on for the stickiest household tape. And safe cracking. Can the British Army blow the bloody doors off?
Run out of water? Don't waste money on fancy bottled water. Make your own. Take 2 lots of hydrogen. Add 1 lot of oxygen. Whoa, bang coming up. Apply match and... Et voila! Some water. How refreshing.
Here on Brainiac, we love a challenge, but we hate losers. Earlier in the series, we tried to get Brainiac John Henshaw to beat his personal best 100-metre dash using different motivational methods. 16.5 was the time he had to beat, but not even the lure of cold, hard cash could make him run faster. So we decided to try fear by setting this dog on him. But our Brainiac ran even slower. Maybe our Brainiac is just a lost cause, not capable of improvement. But before we write him off completely, we're giving him one last chance.
Brainiac. John, Nathan, pleased to meet you.
Nathan Lewis is a world-renowned hardman and fitness guru. He also knows a thing or two about sprinting. His challenge today is to see if he can coach and motivate Brainiac Henshaw to run the 100 metres in less than 16.5 seconds. The first thing he had to do was get a feel for what kind of task he was up against.
Where's your power coming from?
And it didn't take him long to find out. Henshaw really is rubbish.
Move these twice as fast, then we'll move twice as fast. I think he's absolutely well, I can't even use that word. But where did you pick this? God, where'd you get him from? Go.
Nathan doesn't like failure, so he's going to go all out to make sure Brainiac Henshaw can beat his personal best.
Go. No. No, no, no. Drive. Go. That's better. You slipped there. That's good.
Nathan has had some time to get to know his subject, so what does he think his chances of success are?
Bit better, bit better. Well, from 16.5 to 16 seconds would be a great achievement. Will he do that? Well, you don't have a choice. I'm gonna make him do it.
The final step in the process was for Nathan to assess Henshaw's mental state and to tell him not to run like a girly.
Nothing exists this side, nothing exists that side. It should become like a tunnel. And all you're doing is running down the middle.
Now, to give our Brainiac every possible assistance, we're not going to let him run in baggy training gear. We've spared no expense and have kitted him out with state-of-the-art, high-performance athletics gear, normally worn by professionals. Sadly, the stuff we got didn't come with a sewn-in lunchbox. Money couldn't motivate him, and nor could fear. But now he's had the coaching, had the pep talk, and has the outfit. Is it possible to make this man run a new personal best over 100 metres?
Rapid, 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 rapid. Move on, move on, move on, move on, move on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, faster, faster with your arms. Faster, faster, faster. Go on, go on. Get up there. Good man. Good man. Good man. Good man. Good man.
Nathan seems pleased with his protege, but has Henshaw done the business?
15.62 seconds.
Well done.
So there you have it. Nathan could do the job that money and fear could not. And surprisingly, Brainiac Henshaw managed to beat his personal best by 0.88 of a second. Now, I know we're a science show, but I think that what we just witnessed could be classed as a miracle. Welcome back to our sticky testing site. We're trying to establish which roll of commonly used household sticky tape is the stickiest. We've already seen masking tape set a time of 1 minute 31 seconds, only to be beaten by clear sticky tape with an outstanding effort of 2:33. The last in our test is your no-frills parcel tape. We've used the same amount of tape for each test, 6,600 square centimetres to be precise. That's roughly the area of 16 table tennis tables, and all of it is applied to our Brainiac to try and hold him firmly in position. Now, the current leader in this test is also the most expensive, costing 1p for every 7.9 square centimetres. This contender, however, is better value at 16.6 square centimetres per penny. With our Brainiac resembling a plastic mummy, it was time to turn him over and start the clock. 2:33 is the time to beat, but the parcel tape really started to demonstrate its stickiness as that mark was passed with ease. And the longer the test went on, the more bored our Brainiacs got. 5 minutes came and went, and still no sign of anything coming unstuck. With 10 minutes up and the parcel tape still holding on, 3 of our Brainiacs decided to grab a cuppa, happy in the knowledge that through their highly scientific experiment, they'd established that parcel tape is the stickiest commonly used household tape.
We're the Brownlow boys. That's me, Terry, and this is my boy, Jamie. We've been dealing in safes for 28 years, and this one here is one of the best. So good, in fact, we're putting 200 big ones in it. And if you can crack our safe, the dough's yours. But don't count on getting inside too easy. It's nearly 1 ton of solid steel. The doors are 5.5 inches thick, and it's been specially designed to resist attack from torches and drills alike.
So far, our safe has survived many attempts to free the 200 quid from its stronghold. Not even gravity could do the job, as it was dropped 100 feet from a crane. Fire, petrol-powered angle grinders and sledgehammers roughed it up, but only a little. 2 stock cars tried the smash and grab technique to give the safe a right good kicking, but it was the cars that came off second best. Celebrity hardman Dave Courtney and chums might have cracked it if they'd had more time, but villains never like talking about more time. So, not tired of the punishment yet, our safe was up for some more. This time, explosive experts attached some gear to it that burns at 17.5 kilometres a second. But not even all that energy could find a way in. So it's time to bring in the heavyweight champion of the world, the #1 lean, mean fighting machine, the Challenger 2 tank and its 4-man crew from the Armoured Trials and Development Unit of the British Army.
Our plan of attack today is to fire 2 different natures of ammunition at the safe. The first nature is a training round that we actually use, and it's a kinetic energy round. It uses its speed and hopefully will penetrate the safe. If it penetrates the safe, then obviously the pressure will make the safe explode. The second nature is the chemical energy round, which is full of high explosive. And the idea behind this round is when it hits the safe, it will explode and hopefully blow it to smithereens.
Now, if I was the safe, I would be nervous. This is the best tank in the world. It was extremely effective in Iraq. Just ask the bad guys of Baghdad. And for a big fella, it can move 56 kilometres an hour on the road, 40 kilometres an hour cross-country. But it's the skill of the crew and the power of the weaponry that will try to crack the safe open. The first few rounds to be fired are training rounds. They travel at over 1,000 metres a second. Our safe is just 900 metres away.
3, 2, 1.
Time to inspect the damage.
One of them has obviously come pretty close, as you can see, with a glancing blow, and it's went off up and created a trench up behind the safe. So what we're going to do next is fire another 3 DST and hopefully get a round on the safe.
2, 1.
Bingo! time to see if the army have cracked the safe.
Roger. Not pretty much left of the safe. It's destroyed. Completely? As you can see, there's nothing left in the safe at all. It's all been destroyed and wiped out.
So all it took was a £2 million tank firing over £3,000 worth of ammunition to get into a safe containing 200 quid that got destroyed or disappeared in the blast. I've no idea what we're going to tell the Brownlow boys.
Brainiac.
So it's been a long journey. We've come a long way, you and me. So what's it all been about? Well, we've learnt that everything is funnier if you take laughing gas. No! That it takes 7 people to start a Mexican wave. That ginger people feel less pain than brunettes.
Stop it!
That kebabs might burn your mouth. And that ESP is a load of nonsense. We've also discovered that a vigorous workout is much tougher than looking at women's breasts. That greed is a lot faster than fear. And that fat people and thin people both suffer if you don't treat them properly. We now know that only a fool gets too close to scary chemicals. That if you want to break into a safe, the best people to go to are the army. That some things are unbreakable, but that lots and lots of things can explode. The very satisfying bang. We've also learned it's better to be tired than wired. That oil is slippery. That silicon floats. That you can go very fast on a roundabout and that one man can walk on custard. Also, that you shouldn't stand in the way of a fast ball. That there are lots of things you shouldn't put in a microwave. And that there are many, many ways to travel very fast and also to crash. But at the end of it all, maybe we've discovered just one thing, one solitary piece of truth. That in this crazy, fast-moving world in which we live, you can't blow up enough caravans.
Jesus!